Hello! And welcome to Roll4it, where some of your favourite YouTubers and streamers get together to give you a weekly dose of tabletop roleplay. This week diving back into Warhammer 40k with Dark Heresy. The Imperium man is beset on all sides by foes, and the Inquisition, including our players here, can hold the enemy at bay. It is a grim, dark future, and they're part of a shadow organisation who stands as a thin blue line between order and chaos. So, we're diving back into that in a minute. Firstly, announcements. We are going to announce that next week we're going to be shifting the time we do the session, because a lot of people have said it's the middle of the week, which is hard to begin with, and it happens when we're in school if you're in America, or when I'm asleep if you're in Europe. If you're in the middle of the Atlantic, perfect session time. Absolutely brilliant. No complaints for anyone on a boat in the middle of the Atlantic. Zero complaints.
Well, I've noticed, DE, that about half of our viewers are from the Azores, so we're good.
Okay,
we're
awesome.
Gonna be,
there we go.
Yeah.
We have
the entire population
down
of the
that
Azores.
demographic.
So, we will be changing the time and the day. We'll be changing the day to Sunday, and the time will be 1 hour earlier. So, whatever time it starts at the moment, 1 hour earlier. Basically, whatever time it is now, 1 hour ago on Sunday. However, we were like, well, we could do Sunday next week, and then it'd be, a week and a half until the session. Or we could do Wednesday next week and Sunday next week. So, we were thinking that we might do that, but chat, it's up to you. What do you think, chat? Have you got a particular preference? Do you want to have a double session next week? I mean, if you want, we can just take the week off, but...
we can just fuck off. We're
yeah.
fine with it. Just away with all of it. We won't do anything next week.
I mean, yeah, if you don't want us
I've got
to...
a new dragon I need to tame. Takes quite a lot of taming, to be fair. A whole week off would actually be very useful.
I think it's pretty unanimous. Okay, so chat, yeah, we'll be doing Wednesday next week as per usual, and we'll be doing the Sunday 1 hour earlier. So just remember, Sunday 1 hour earlier than usual as well, and that'll be the time from then on for all future sessions. However, next week there will be a Wednesday one as well. So just bear that in mind, write that in your diary, your calendar, put like gold stars on it, or little kissy hearts, whatever you do in your calendar, I don't know. But yeah. That's going to be fun. Hopefully more people can make it, because I know a lot of people fall asleep halfway through the session and then have to catch the VOD. And a lot of people tune in and go, I missed the beginning.
Not them.
I didn't want to call you out on there. But yeah, so that is our announcement for today. Other than that, Splat, have you got some announcement?
Yeah. I've actually been spending a bunch of time this week setting up the Patreon. And so we've actually got Patreon backing right now if you wanted to go and support the stream that way. We still take tips, but we don't allow you to actively influence the game anymore. Instead, we're moving all of our support over to Patreon, where we can better give you guys stuff for supporting us. And so anyways, we've got a Discord server that's been set up right now. Ooh. We've got all kinds of fun stuff. You can get access to our character sheets. You can get access to bosses' character sheets. You can get to vote on what faction we fight against over the course of the next month. A bunch of cool stuff up and in there. So you should absolutely check it out, because we finally have a way to give back to you for giving to us so generously. There it is, patreon.com/roll4it.
Sweet. So, yeah, if you're interested in that, go check out Patreon. I think the link's in chat right now. And, of course, I know some people are iffy about monthly subscriptions, so if you don't want to Patreon, you don't want to subscribe, you can also tip using the stream tip, or you can Twitch bit. Not that I've really seen much of that around, but they're a thing, apparently. Right. So, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we're ready to go in.
Let's go.
Quick recap of what happened last week. Last week you went to Eradus, which is a medieval world that was recently reclaimed about 20 years ago from Warpstorm. They found there was a medieval sort of civilization there that had sort of kind of went backwards technologically speaking, since they'd been involved in that Warpstorm. You went to check out the death of the recent Count-Elect, found out that for some reason people were dying, looked into that, and it turned out that an artist seemed to have had a demon in his paintings, which was killing people who stared at them for too long. You then proceeded to knock out the artist and kill the demon, and you solved the heresy that was going on there at Eradus.
What happens to the artist, though? Was it his fault?
That was my question, too. What did we do with him?
The artist was cut up by the demon, if you recall.
Did he sell out to the demon to get that as a reward, or did the demon just take over him and now he's like one of those exercise dudes who's just running around half naked with a sword, bleeding all over the enemies of the Imperium like a fanatic, or what's going on with him?
Well, he seemed to have his own mind when you talked to him, and he died during the fight. The demon specifically attacked him and ripped him apart. If any of you want to roll a Forbidden Lord Demonology, I don't think any of you have it, but you can make a minus 20 logic check. Because it'll be minus 20 because of the you don't have it effectively.
There was also a lot of shitting of ourselves. I'm pretty sure everybody shit last fight, at least a little bit in their britches. We had some serious laundromat
minus 20
fees.
intelligence.
That's the one.
It's fine though I murdered it. You could say that we took it out of the picture.
Carolinus got a 96 when the type was a 22. Carolinus has no idea what a demon is right now. Carolinus is like, what? Demons? They're... Last session went so badly, I forgot what they were.
He's got PTSD settling in.
He was staring at the demon book and accidentally closed it on his nose, and now it's all over.
Bear in mind, by the way, that we are going to try and read out the rolls a lot more, because I realize that a lot of people who listen to this on the MP3 version can't see the rolls, so we're going to try and read those out a lot more.
Yeah, we messed up. I forgot about that, too. I was like, huh, well, weird. Just not built for radio, I guess. Just not built for radio.
Video killed the radio star.
Don't worry.
That would be me.
Oh, dear. So, did anyone get Forbidden Lord Demonology roll? I know Carolinus failed. Does anyone else want to roll it? No? Okay. So you have no idea what was going on with that demon and that guy. All you know is you killed the demon, and the guy's dead. And you managed to burn all the paintings. So...
And the auction house.
We will never know his secrets, but it's fine, because they were heretical.
They were very heretical.
Why would you want to know his secrets?
All I know is that he was turning people into paint.
That's true. Did the demon make the blood paint, or did he make the blood paint? Like, who was murdering who? There's a lot of unanswered questions here.
And what was the point of the massive jar of blood?
You don't know because you set the place on fire before you could test any of the blood or do anything. Like, you left that in the house when you set it on fire.
Chekhov's massive jar of blood. Nobody knows.
Well, Chekhov's massive jar of blood would specifically apply to a jar of blood that's sitting on the mantelpiece in scene 1, in Act 1, and then gets used and taken down and used in Act 2 or something. So, isn't that Chekhov's gun?
Oh, I thought it was that it never got used.
Yeah,
I'm getting...
I thought it never got used. I could be completely wrong, though.
I thought it was the
I don't even know what we're talking about right now, so I'm just going to zone out for a minute.
Okay. But basically, you spend the rest of the next couple of weeks on Herodian, just making sure that all the paintings are destroyed, checking up on leads, and frankly, actually having a bit of R&R. There's effectively quite a few days in there that you just haven't got much to do afterwards. So you kind of make sure you've just got your paperwork filed, etc. And because you're bedding down with literally the Administratum in the Bastion on that planet, you do get a lot of paperwork to do, and you make sure it's all filed, etc. It's not particularly fun for most of you, but for those of you a little bit more refined and more used to this sort of imperial culture, it feels a little bit more like home than the actual medieval area outside.
I love paperwork. That's half my life is paperwork.
Are you insinuating that I can read?
You can just about
take
read.
It back.
You have to sound out the words.
Well, it's all in High Gothic, that's the problem.
The Administratum paperwork isn't, luckily, but yes. And I believe it's Bergman, Count Bergman, although I seem to have lost that piece of paper, is now the Count-elect. Yes, it was Bergman who's the Count-elect now. He gets sworn in a few days later.
Does he thank us in any way? Do we threaten him in any way?
You are invited to his inauguration banquet, but you get, like, seats really far down the end of one of the tables. But you're invited, which is a lot more than a lot of people.
You take what you can get. A free lunch is a free lunch, no matter how far away you are from the cafeteria line. I mean,
Yeah. So then, a few days later, you get a message come through, which is delivered to you by one of the scribes and just hands you off a data slate. And it's got a message for your group. Who wants to take it?
I'll take it.
Garrett holds his hand up, but Cassius sort of stands forward and he hands you the...
I was trying to point to Aavak on the screen.
Oh, okay. Cassius, however, stands forward and takes the data slate, and the scribe scurries away. And as soon as it sort of reads your gene print, you feel a slight prick and a hum inside your thumb as you grab hold of it. And then a holographic image appears, and is Inquisitor Ravan. One big slash down the side of the face, going all the way just past the lip. Bald edge of this mantle of feathers visible. You've done well, but I have another favor to ask you now. It appears the ship was running an Imperial blockade a few subsectors over from you. Now, this is a very delicate matter, and you can consider this magenta clearance level for all facts classified and related to this case. Now, I don't need to impress upon you what exactly that means. All of you know that magenta is effectively a near mythical form of clearance. It's one of the highest there is.
It's slightly below fuchsia, but it is above crimson, in case you were wondering.
It is above
audience.
crimson. That is actually true. Fuchsia, however, is not actually a clearance level, but close.
The Emperor's clearance level.
Yeah,
Energizer Bunny Pink. Energizer Bunny Pink!
And then there's like Powerpuff Girl and Pink Power Ranger. It goes down from there. This vessel left the dead world of Ichthion, and ran the Imperial blockade there, outside of the quarantine zone at the edge of the system, met up with a rogue trader, and they promptly went to warp and left the system entirely. Now, luckily, the trader in question was ID'd as it left the system, and the trader is the Emerald Tigress, porting out of Aridus D, which luckily you are close to. I would need you to look into this with some caution, because the trader is actually a friend. Now, should you find there to be the taint of heresy, I expect you to do what any good, God-Emperor-fearing citizen or member of the Inquisition would do. However, I would request that you look into this and you be skeptical and apply your best judgment in how to deal with the matter. It's suspected this is possibly part of a smuggling ring, smuggling heretical or Xenos or forbidden artifacts. And that if you can, you are to hunt them down, find out how, where, why they're getting these things, and to make sure they do not continue their trespass on the Imperial worlds, which have been quite forbidden. Now, there are a few caveats here. Firstly, if you can find out why or what is going on, your first port of call should be to shut down their operation. Find this ship. Take whoever is captaining this ship out of the equation. This ship took off from Ichthion, fled to the edge of the system, it not being warp capable, then met up with a rogue trader, who then left the system. Now, the rogue trader, the Emerald Lion, is captained by Captain Julius Valentine. It is possible he is not implicated, and it's possible he is just a trader. He was technically outside of the quarantine zone, so that itself is not a breach of Imperial Edict. However, the ship itself, which was found taking off from Ichthion, they were definitely in breach of the zone there, and that in itself brings the summary justice of the Emperor down upon them. You are to find them, you are to elicit any information you can, why they were there, what they were smuggling, why they were on the planet, where they were going to, who their contacts are, and you're then to summarily judge them and execute them. Now, as for what they were carrying, whatever it is, I trust you again to use your best judgment. If it is possible that this stuff can be kept or used, or possibly brought to the Inquisition for study, then do so. If some, all of it cannot, take care of it how you will. May the Emperor bless you. And the head winks out. and then there's a slight fizzle, and then another head pops in. This one is a familiar form of Interrogator Titus Khan, who is effectively your handler in the region. Right, you've got the message. You've been chosen for this task because you're quite near Eradus Dire. And frankly, you've done so well with your recent stint on Herodus Iridia. I thought it time for you to do a little bit more hands-on work, where you have some jurisdiction and some say in what action to take. Now, I understand Inquisitor Avan wants you to use your best judgment in when dealing with these heretical artifacts and suspected heretics. But I will remind you that you are servants of the Inquisition. If there is any chance that there is the Xenos, the heretic, or the demon involved, you are to take the Emperor's light and shine it wherever you have to, and burn whatever you have to keep the purity of the human domain intact. Should there be any hint of heresy about any of these people, friend of the Inquisitor or not, I trust you can do what will be needed. Khan out. And the data slate winks off and then just starts scrolling information in terms of background, travel plans, etc.
Okay. Well then, it seems like we've come up a little ways. It seems like they've put a tad more faith in us than before. What was the name of the planet that we're going to right now? I inquire. It is
Eradus
Carolina.
Dire.
What was it?
Eradus Dire.
Ichthion.
Eradus Die. Oh, it's right there. Okay, we're right next door.
Was Eradus Die? Oh, that's where they went to, wasn't it? They went to Ichthion and then...
That is where the Emerald Tigress ports out of.
Okay.
The breach of the blockade was at Ichthion, which, if I just ping on the map, Ichthion is there, Eradus Dire is here.
Do we have clearance to... So, taking a look at the slate, Carolinas has the slate, correct?
You grabbed it.
Yeah, I think you picked it up though. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So I hand the slate off to Carolinas, and I ask if he notices anything there about whether or not we actually have the clearance to go to Ichthion, or if the blockade remains for us as well.
The data slate very specifically says that without explicit permission from someone of suitable clearance level, you are not able to enter the quarantine zone around the dead planet of Ichthion.
Okay. Well, it
I
would
passed
seem like...
some information on. I passed that information on.
Okay.
Have they chartered a flight for us to get out to Aridus Dire? I assume that's where we should probably go first then, considering we have no jurisdiction on Ichthion. It might be possible that we can charter someone to keep watch over the planet with an auspex down the line. Some other rogue trader just to sit around the planet and watch the comings and goings. But for now, I think our only course is to go to Aridus Dire and follow up on the Tigress.
That would seem a logical course of action. We
Is there-
clearly cannot go to Ichthion. Eradus Dire. Is there any information in on the data slate in the estimated time of arrival?
There's no actual information there on the estimated time of arrival because, very specifically, the Emerald Tigress actually left Ichthion into the uncharted warp-wrecked area, which is why they couldn't follow. Because rogue traders have been known to run certain smaller routes through that area, provided they've got a very good navigator and they don't mind a little bit of risk. However, they're not normally used, and they're certainly not routes normally frequented by larger vessels such as naval vessels.
Okay.
And because of that, they can't be sure of what time they're arriving. They don't even know if they're going to stop off on a planet on the way. So the estimated date of arrival could be anywhere within a week to 2 months.
There's a very large window of time where our ship might arrive at that planet. We may want to get there soon, but we may have a wait ahead of us if we do.
Is there any history for that ship's ports of trade? Like, where else does it make call?
So the site itself has some information on that. You can also look up more information if you go to the port that the ship is based out of. That will have a full list of the ship's history and its log. Now, of course, the log can be tampered, etc. However, that will have the information on the ship itself and what routes it normally runs. The site itself tells you that the ship normally runs out of Aridus D. It is a first-generation rogue trader, so the rogue trader has had their warrant of trade in their lifetime because it actually goes down to your descendants. However, they themselves have got issued their warrant of trade. The warrant of trade was issued 140 years ago for services to the Imperium. It doesn't go on to say exactly what. That's actually locked behind a clearance level, along with who sponsored them. However, it does go on to say that they mostly run luxury goods, sometimes luxury services, particularly through and around the area around the Warp Storm because of the exceptional navigational skills, allowing them to cut corners, go faster, and go to some of the more recently found planets that are still somewhat hard to get to.
It would seem that capturing them in space is not going to be an option. This pilot appears to have some modicum of talent. Therefore, I think the extra time spent on Aridus D would more than likely be useful in setting traps. You know, creating a snare for them to fall into. Assuming that there's even any guilt there, we might find that they're perfectly amicable to the situation and there might just be a miscommunication. I doubt it, but it's possible.
I can't fathom how there could be miscommunication, but it's possible. Unlikely, but...
Well, then I suggest we go to Aridus D, and in the meantime, we can also figure out, using the ledgers there, where the Tigress has been and where it's going, and perhaps there are multiple areas of investigation to follow up on.
I concur.
Yep.
Agreed.
So we find charter for Aridus D.
Okay. The data slate actually says that if you want to go to Eradus D immediately, then there is an Imperial Navy patrol that actually will go around this subsector and be going to Eradus D in the next 3 days. And it'll be stopping off here anyway to pick up and deposit some members of the Administratum.
Sounds
Oh,
good to
we
me.
gotta share it with them?
Yep. I know, those smelly bookworms. Ain't nobody want to talk to them.
Okay, so a few days' time pass. Imperial Navy ships turn up, you board them, and you head on your way to Eradus D. Anything you want to do on the way, or you could just head to Eradus D?
I wanted to pay a visit to both Garrett, and I wanted to pay a visit to Carolinus during the course of the trip.
Okay.
I guess I'll start with Garrett.
I'm probably just cleaning my guns. I love him. I absolutely am the most curious, dumb person you could ever find, and I'm fascinated by this technology. I just love touching it. I love firing it. It's fantastic.
This is getting vaguely sexual. This is turning into a pug
It
autocannon
is.
situation.
I keep
It is.
catching him trying
Running his
to
fingers
reach
along
out
the
for my
barrel.
megadendrites.
Licking the receiver.
Peter.
Upon entering the room, I make myself known with a small salute, and I clear my throat.
Cassius, what can I do for you?
I wanted to hold counsel with you for a moment or two. All right, do you have time right now?
Certainly. Just preparing my weapons.
I produce my little packet of glow sticks, and I offer one to Garrett with an eyebrow raised.
Oh, I'll take that.
Okay, and so I hand it off, and then I light my own before lighting his. And then slowly, I look up and I go, well, when we were back on Heroridian, there was a discharge of warp energy when we were facing the demon, and I just wanted to see how you were doing mentally. I've gone through a lot of training for these sort of things at the Scholastica, and when fighting demons, you can never really quite tell how someone's going to hold up. And I sensed the discharge of energy, and while it didn't affect me or Brander, I noticed that it seemed to affect both you and Carolinus, and so I just wanted to talk and make sure that anything that you had seen wasn't haunting you.
Well, I'm not sure that anything that was seen can be put to words, but it's certainly something that I remember. And I've seen it several times in the days we've spent on that world.
You've seen it since the demon fell.
In the back of my head. Feels like it's behind me.
I smirk slightly and exhale. I'm like, well, I just wanted to reassure you that it's perfectly normal. There's nothing to worry about there. The time that I spent at the Telepathica, when you first start manipulating energies and dealing with the unfathomable, it sticks to your brain a bit, but give it time and everything will be okay. Just don't focus too heavily on it. It's not good to stare into the sun like that.
After taking another drag on the stick, I'm going to slap my arm and tell Cassius, I'm just glad I have my arm. I'm surprised this thing's still here.
Indeed. How's it healing? I assume the Medicus had a look at it?
It might as well be magic. I have no idea how this happens, but I can use it. I can squeeze things. I'm cleaning my guns with my broken arm, and it's perfectly fine now. I have no idea how this works.
If it makes you feel any better, I doubt that the Medicus had much of an idea either.
He's all about ritual and repetition. I don't think he knows too much himself.
And so as I finish off my low stick, I reach up to my mantle, my little furry cloak thing, and I pluck off one of the white icons, and I hand it to Garrett. Now, my world, these are tokens that are exchanged for favors and things of that nature. You only give out the white ones. You see, there's white and there's black. Black go to your enemies. It's a sign that you're going to war with their family, whoever. And white means that I owe you a favor, or that we're on the same side, that we're war brothers. Hold on to this, and you can cash it in at any time, and I'll be there in a heartbeat. Just be, aware that the warp acts in strange ways, and if you should see anything, or if you should feel it encroaching on your mind, please let me know. I can assist.
Oh, well, how would I make use of it?
Just hold on to it. It's symbolic more than anything else.
Understood.
Okay. All right, well, let me know if the dreams continue, and I make my exit.
Garrett, you can now add to your inventory a white feather. What's that?
It's a little white coral token.
Coral token. Okay, there you go.
And it's carved with the sigil of the Caligo family. After that, I head off to find Carolinus.
Okay, you find Carolinus probably tending to the some of the more mechanical parts of the ship, or where the military tech priest will allow him.
Yeah, if you'd gone to my quarters, you wouldn't have found me, but it wouldn't be very difficult to follow the trail.
Yeah, you're currently having
sacred unguents and incense and the like.
You're currently having a bit of an not an argument per se, but a heated discussion in binary about the proper way to calibrate the magnetic resonance field on a plasma conduit with a nearby tech priest.
Indeed, they're idiots. They've been planetized too long. They don't understand these vessels. Not like I do.
Upon seeing Carolinus and his argument, I wait patiently off to the side, just waiting for him to notice me and finish whatever this strange buzzing conversation he's having at the moment.
It doesn't take us too long. We speak quite fast. Of course. I don't think you can understand binary, can you?
Mm-mm.
So what Cassius hears is like the dial-up tone, like...
Mm-hmm. You've got mail.
No, your friend is here. I will leave you to eat. And he just quickly adjusts something on the warp conduit, the plasma conduit before leaving. You notice that he just adjusted it to whatever you suggested.
I breathe a sigh and then turn to Cassius. These planet-born, they do not have the proper respect for the machine spirits of a ship.
I smile. On the plus side, it looks like you won whatever argument you were having. What is that language?
Binary, the language of the machine.
Huh. Do you learn to speak that when you work with the Mechanicus, or is that just standard? I've never experienced it before.
It is taught to us as acolytes of the Mechanicus, yes.
I wanted to make counsel with you and have a brief conversation in private, if you're willing.
While I'm turned to face Cassius at the moment, my mechadendrite is still, especially the optical one, it's still just inspecting the machinery, just moving around.
Yeah.
I bow my head. Very well.
This
is
not...
this a conversation you wish to have in private?
is definitely not a conversation for this hallway. There may be prying ears. Instead, I would suggest we go anywhere where we'll have privacy.
My quarters are not far. We can take counsel there.
I motion with my hand to lead the way and begin digging another low stick out of my cloak.
Before I go, I turn back to the wall of levers and spriggets and knobs. And Cassius can hear me chanting. Fairly low, but it's a very simple little chant. He may have heard tech priests before, just various ritualistic chants. And then I just twist the knob here, adjust the lever there, and then turn away and start walking to my quarters. At the door, I open it, I gesture for him to step through, and once he's inside, I follow him and then close the door.
Okay.
Very well, this should be sufficient.
Is there a window in the room? Or are we on the interior?
We'd be on the interior
You'd be on the
if
interior.
Caroline's had any say on it.
Yeah. Exterior tends to be mostly, on a military vessel, tends to be mostly used for things. You would be on the interior.
Guns.
Yes, for instance.
Well, I wanted to speak with you for a bit because we're Armani now. On my planet, that means that we're war brothers. We've spilled blood together and we've survived and we've gone through things. During the fight with the paint demon, I noticed a strange discharge that echoed through the immaterium while I was across the room, and it struck you and Garrett. And I wanted to see if you had been experiencing dreams or if you were having any problems rectifying whatever may have clouded your vision during that time. Are you all right?
Physically, I am fine.
And
I
your
know
mind?
I know of what you speak. I glimpsed that which your kind often dally with, and my kind do not. It is not unknown to me. I've been around your kind for some time. Not all of them capable of controlling their powers as you are.
Well, the point of this conversation was not to be incriminating or anything of the kind. It's simply to offer help. I've been trained to deal with these phenomenon. I've gazed into the immaterium more times than I care to count, and there are certain side effects that come along with those journeys, dreams and meanderings of the mind that can be quite disturbing. And so I've already made it clear to Garrett, but I also wanted to speak with you and let you know that I'm available to help you manage.
I understand, and I appreciate it. At that point, I just peel back part of my robe and hold up a freshly replaced limb, completely metallic. It looks quite finely made. The knuckles are quite well jointed. The plating is polished. I have replaced that in me, which may have been tainted. The flesh is weak.
I sort of raise an eyebrow, not in sort of like a, okay, whatever, man way, but in kind of just a inquisitive way, because I legitimately don't understand. But at the same time, I grasp the situation and I say, all right, well, very well then. I simply wish to make it known that I was available to speak with you about anything you might have witnessed and to help you work through it. Call upon me if you need to. And I pluck one of the white coral emblems from my cloak and hand it off. And I say, seeing as we are war brothers now, these are customary in my people to give out to those who have shared the experience with one another. It simply means that we are bonded. And from here on out, should you have any trouble, I'll be there.
It's
Call on me.
Camaraderie.
Indeed. With the symbol of my family on it, in fact. You notice that it's got the symbol of a hound's head on it, something that looks somewhat like a mastiff.
I spent some time analyzing it, holding it up to both my eyes and then to the mechadendrite specifically. And then I nod. I appreciate your offer of aid. You will be the first to know should I see anything troubling in the war.
Very well. I'll leave you to your business then. Try not to let the ship explode. I flash a smile as I walk out.
I will endeavor to do as you say. Try not to let anyone's heads explode.
I snicker as I walk down the hallway, shaking my head. And that's it for me.
Okay. Anyone else want to do anything before we get to Eradus?
So what is this item that you've given us then?
Essentially, it's just a token. On Versepis, every family that's of noble birth, they have their own token. You have a black version and a white version. The white version means that you are bonded with whoever you gave it to. It's a social contract, essentially, that the families have an alliance and will stand up for one another or owe favors to one another in a friendly way. Whereas if you have a black token, it means that there's a legitimate grievance between families that either needs to be dealt with, or it can be an outright declaration of a feud between families. And so essentially it would be customary at this point for Cassius to start handing these out to the group because we've been through combat and we are now armati, which is what they call it on his planet, which is essentially war brothers of a kind.
And what does it look like?
It's a little white token that's been carved very finely from coral because I come from an ocean world where there is no land. And then there's white ones and there's black ones, and they both have the emblem of a hound's head on them because, well, I'll explain that later, but it's the symbol of the family.
Interesting.
Your homeworld's so awesome. I didn't think of any cool stuff like this.
You're in the Navy, though. They got to squelch your personality. They got to reform you, make you into good little Marine.
Indeed.
I just follow orders.
Not for an extent.
Yeah, how's Brander getting on with the other Navy folk on this boat?
I'm probably not talking to them that much, but I imagine I spend a lot of my time in the hangars looking at whatever cool ships they have.
Yes.
Admiring them. Occasionally tutting.
You recognize a few of the models. I mean, this isn't a particularly large warship. This is actually going to be a Firestorm class frigate, so the most it has is like a couple of Aquila landers. The hangar isn't like a full-on war hangar. It's more sort of they can trade stuff between ships in terms of logistics, but they don't exactly do like having a combat air patrol, etc. They don't have the ability to quickly send ships on and off in a battle procedure. But you look around, you're sort of familiar with some of the craft, you've actually flown them before. People sort of give you a bit of a berth considering they see your uniform rank, but they don't recognize you're not from this ship. A couple of them ask questions and so on in a few places, and they get told to effectively leave you alone considering your quarters have been booked with a certain clearance level, which is basically they can't find out what it is because it's been done by the Inquisition. So they go, right, yeah, not this above our pay grade, and they basically leave you alone to wander around the hangar deck.
Yeah, I just sort of hang around there. Sometimes not even doing anything, just being there.
Okay. A few days later, it doesn't take you long to get Aridus D. The warp region around here is relatively calm considering not all that long ago in recent history it used to be a warp storm. And you managed to get to Aridus D. The actual port itself is planet side. It's Port Dire, which is actually right next to the capital city of Eradus. They've now effectively been twinned, and that was how the planet's been renamed as Aridus D after the capital city has been twinned with the port itself. But the port itself is still known as Port Dire, and you can embark down to the planet's surface at any time to go investigate the port or investigate around the capital city.
Well, once we've landed, I seek out my companions, and I assume there's an opportunity to find them all together at some point, and at that point, I turn to Cassius. What would you say our first action should be on this world? You mentioned setting a trap, laying in wait.
Indeed. We need to be very, very quiet while we're here. I don't wish to give away our cover or anything of the sort. Instead, what I would suggest first that we start checking the manifest for the comings and goings. Perhaps there is some trail of where the ship has gone. Our time on this planet might be short if they are destined to be somewhere else in the next few months. We have no idea when the Tigress might show up, but let's make hay while the sun is shining. Let's make sure that we've got all the information we can from the Port Authority before we go any further.
Very well.
Perhaps we might find someone who knows the captain.
Where would we find the ship manifest? Ship history? Ship's log?
I look to Brander and I say, this seems to be along your area of expertise. I've spent little time in space, but I know nothing of captains or other men of good repute.
I guess that would be like an administrative thing.
Do you have any particular common laws or whatever? Do you have common law
I have
for Navy?
common law Navy.
Yeah, they would have the same system. It'd be slightly different for them, but yeah, you can roll that if you want. It'll be a pretty common knowledge, so it'll be plus 30 to the roll.
All right.
Target 61,
Ooh,
you rolled
61
a
out of
61.
61.
Wow.
Wow. Yeah, okay,
I
that's...
just remembered it. It was on the tip of my tongue for a while.
You
I'm like,
spend,
oh, yeah,
you
that's
spend
it.
like a good hour going, I know this. Like, you go to the mess hall, you eat food, you're like, I know what this is. And then eventually you're like, that's it. The ship's chronicle. There's a copy kept on the ship itself, which is then updated and sort of stored at the port where it hails from. Normally this is a port where it is either like laid down, the hull is constructed and it is based out of, or if it then goes down to be further away. For instance, Lunar class cruisers are mostly built on the moon in the solar system of Sol, like around Terra, but they go all around the galaxy. Wherever they end up basing out of, that is where their chronicle is kept. So you would assume for civilian ships that effectively their chronicle will be wherever their like home port is designated. So they would probably be at Port Dire, since it is the main port here. And that presumably one of the people at the port can point you to exactly where they are kept. It's presumably in one of the administrative facilities for the port itself.
So that's probably where we should go first.
Okay. I'm going to have you lead off on this one. You're the only one bearing a naval uniform, and so I would assume that the Administratum or whoever holds the Chronicle would more than likely like to speak to you. I'll step in if necessary, but you've got the uniform, so this is your show for now.
All right, I'll lead the way.
Okay. A lander takes you across to the station in orbit, which then has a larger transport vessel come along, and a little bit later, you and a number of officers and other armsmen are then transported down to the planet's surface, and you land directly into Port Dire. You get off, and the smell around you is a mix of humanity, engine oil, promethium. You haven't smelled a lot of this for a deal of time being on board a starship, whereas if you can smell promethium, that's probably a very bad sign. And previously to that, on the medieval world. And it's nice to be back in what you assume to be humanity, Eradus D being a civilized world. Yeah, Garrett's still like,
I've got noticeable pep in my step while I'm here. I'm back in my element.
Whatever you say, Ocean World boy.
So we're in some sort of port then.
Yeah. Starships, landers, all arch up around you. Some of them particularly large. Some of them are a lot more like lander craft, and particularly the one you came in on. The facilities around you seem to sprawl on for endless miles. It turns out that Aridus D is quite a big ship-port, especially considering the size of the planet.
I'm going to make an inquiry check just around with all the different ship's hands and maintenance workers and whatnot to see if we can figure out where the port authority is so we can get a hold of this chronicle.
Sure.
Would that be any pluses or minuses on that?
I would say it would be a +10. It's not particularly hard to find out where an administratum building is, although it is kind of niche knowledge.
Okay.
So yeah, you got 48, you need a 55, so you passed. Yeah, you ask around a little bit, and then you ask around a few more, and you find someone who's effectively going through the tithes for individual ships as they land. And you talk to them like, yeah, you want to see the Chronicles? Well, you need the right clearance, but yeah, they're over there. Just ask over there for the Hangar B. It used to be a hangar, but now it's turned into a bit of a library, and still got the name stuck around with some of us.
Well, thanks a lot. I appreciate your help.
I mean, more formally, if you want to actually be formal about it, it's the Chroniclarium, but we all call it Hangar B.
All right. Well, thanks for the info. I'll try to keep it straight.
No problem.
I return to the group and I say, all right, so it appears as though the paperwork or whatever information we're looking for is at Hangar B, is what it's called, the Chroniclarium.
All right, let's go check it out.
Okay, I pointed out to everybody so that
I
we can
fall
walk
and
over
step
there.
behind the group as they walk.
Okay. As you get closer, you notice that Hangar B, it has the makeshift sort of structure of a hangar, but it has been added to on the edges. Buttresses have been built up around it out of concrete, reinforced in some places with plasteel to make it more robust. The entire thing looks a bit like a bunker mated with a hangar with some Gothic architecture attached to the side. You notice that the four corners of it, giant braziers are burning, and a sort of smoky oil is filling the air as it flows off the top. It takes you a while to get there. You actually have to take the monorail that goes all around this place, and you get off in amongst the older area of the dockyards. This area is mostly repurposed now, having been mostly used for administratum stuff. The control tower here that oversees most of the landings for the rest of the facility. This area is a lot less people like you, a lot less people who come in via ship, a lot more people who tend to work here, a lot more scribes, officials in well-pressed uniform, armsmen walking around with shotguns, even a couple of Arbites walk past at one point. A lot less people who are generally the rank 2 people who you sort of landed with.
Okay. Can I make an inquiry check in here to figure out where the Chronicles are held?
Sure.
Okay.
How is our clearance represented? Do we have like a cool rosette or anything?
You wouldn't have a rosette. At your level, one of the data slates you have, each of those has your clearance level and what you're allowed to do and stuff on it. However, those will signal you are part of the Inquisition, etc., and will drop your subtlety if you use them. However, if you do choose to invoke that, it is there for you. Yes.
Can we make it look like lower clearance, but still enough clearance?
It's still basically, these people have this clearance because of the Inquisition.
Yeah.
I think at a certain point it has the impression of like when you play Monopoly, you have like a get out of jail free card. Like if we produce something of that magnitude, people are just like, what the shit?
I mean,
like,
it says like
basically
authorized by
like,
the Inquisition, etc. This level, blah 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 blah. People go, okay, don't ask questions, it's Inquisition. If you wanted anything less, you would effectively have to forge it or get it requisitioned for you. It wouldn't have to be forged. Like, you could literally go up to an Imperial Guard officer and be like, give me your clearance code. They'd have to. But you'd have to requisition it effectively. Which you can do as part of game time, as part of, like, not equipment stuff, but you would have to do that. So you got 29, you need the 45. Yes, you talk to a couple of the people, and they point you in the direction of the Administratum facility, which is actually Hangar A, next to Hangar B, which is where you can get access to the Chroniclarium, along with a number of other things.
Okay. I return to the group and addressing them as, all right, so roughest information around here is that the Chroniclarium is over there, and I point to where it's at. That should be where we'll be able to lock down the information on the Chronicles and maybe get some information on the Tigris.
All right, well, I'm not sure whether it would be best for me to try and pull rank on them. And I look down at my slightly battered uniform that has definitely seen better days, or to try and talk our way through.
I'll leave that up to you. What was your rank?
It was a flight lieutenant.
Okay. What is your... Is that a high rank? Is that like a captain? Is that like an officer's rank? Or is that like an enlisted rank? You'll have to apologize.
It's like... It's an officer rank.
Yeah, it's below captain. It's above lieutenant, I believe. I'd have to double check, but yeah.
Whilst they're speaking, I'm simply following along the conversation. But after a moment, as soon as there's like a pause in the conversation, just more or less out of the blue, I say, why is your uniform so battered?
It's been a while since I got it. It's been through a bit of wear.
And are you not able to requisition a new one?
Well, I've sort of grown attached to it.
One would assume if you were attached to it, you would have taken better care of it.
Well, sometimes these things can't be helped. You don't win a war with a clean uniform.
That is true. Do you feel confident enough to speak to these guardsmen?
I can try. I don't exactly have a way with words, but we'll see.
Well, luckily enough, in the military hierarchy, the less words, the better, so I will. Go ahead and take your lead. I'll follow in. I'll smooth things over if necessary.
If all else fails, we have our clearance, though. It would not be good to start flashing that around.
I scratch my head and I go, yeah, that would be a last resort, as far as I can think.
So we'll go in.
Okay, you head inside Hangar A. which is the one you got pointed to. It allows you to get access to all the records and so on. And inside is this high hangar ceiling, which has now been arched over. You can see a mural painted on the roof as well. There are like stacks and stacks of data slates all folded up into neat rows inside vaulted high bookcases that just go up and up and up. Servitors mill about, several of them on these rolling ladders that go across the front, effortlessly picking data slates out, chucking them down to a second one below who is just catching them, putting them into a pile on the trolley. Then it's shifting across again. A second set of arms on the side of each servitor is pulling themselves across and wheeling themselves back across as they go through and quickly flick them out with a speed that only mechanical servitors can manage. The big high lectern in front of the door. A scribe looks down at you and greets you. Hello. How may I help you today?
We'd like to request a chronicle for a certain trader ship.
What captain are you from?
Captain Elim Garak.
Which ship is that?
The Spear of Vengeance. It's a new one, only just arrived. We're investigating the trader. We need to see its port records.
Make a deceive
It is a
roll.
matter of some urgency. Oh no, don't have deceive.
Hello.
Can I cut that off right there and try and grab the guy's attention?
No, he's already done his thing.
Okay.
It's too late.
Any modifiers?
Negative 50.
Plus 10.
He
He's a
hates
bit
you.
pressed for time, and he's been here a while. Today is getting on. You've arrived. It's about 6 p.m.
Plus 10, did you say?
Yeah, plus 10.
All right.
77.
Oh,
Target
no.
of 15.
Could have been worse.
If you've got your identification then at hand and your insignia.
I'll gesture to my rank pips or whatever you have. Say, is this not sufficient?
Flight Lieutenant, your uniform is particularly poor state of affairs. You do realize that naval regulations rely on you having a clean uniform.
And sometimes you don't have time for these things. We're in something of a rush.
Yes, you
At
do
this
also
point,
realize that naval
Cassius-
regulations require you to have the proper authorization codes.
At this point, Cassius just feels this incessant kind of nudge at one of his shoulders as one of my macadendroids is just reaching over and just kind of prodding him as if to urge him forward.
I snap out and I step forward and I'm like, surely there must be some way we can take a look at the Chronicle rapidly. I apologize. My name is Cassius. What's yours? And I extend my hand.
Scribe Valoran.
Valoran, do you mind if I call you Valoran without your title? I apologize. Is that fine?
That is fine. What did you say your name was?
My name is Cassius. Cassius Caligo.
Okay.
There must
I'm
be
gonna make
some
a
way to
roll.
expedite. What was that?
I'm going to make a secret roll.
Okay.
I don't recognize the name.
Oh, well, that's fine. There must be some way to expedite this process, however. The Chronicle is very, very important. We need to take a look at it. There's been some issues with the shipping manifests, and so there's been some conflicting information, and on behalf of the Munitorum, we need to take a look and make sure that everything matches up. There's been some records of some items leaving, some items coming, some items going, and taking a look at the manifest is the only way that we're going to be able to rectify the situation and figure out what goes where and if they've got something on board that's not authorized.
You mean the Chronicle?
Yes.
I can have, if you want, you can also get a look at its past manifest as it's ported. Make a deceive roll at -20. You've already failed Deceive roll. You also do not have the required documents in any form. And technically, Brander is committing an infraction if he's part of the Navy right now, because uniform out of disrepair.
Okay.
I mean, I'll have to requisition a sewing kit later.
69, target 35. I appreciate your dedication to your duty. However, I will require your clearance code. I do not have the ship in my logs. It is not in orbit, as far as I can tell. Neither is it ported here on the ground.
That's unfortunate. Who should I speak with in order to receive the clearance code? Because unfortunately, I've come unequipped with such an item. I was hoping to make this happen as quickly as possible. Who's responsible for the distribution of the code?
He looks to you, and then to Brander, and then to you, and then to Brander. Presumably, your captain or executive officer should be provide you with a clearance code for the requisition of information.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll check back in once we've got that locked down. I apologize for wasting your time, and I motioned everyone that we should walk away.
I'm already stepping backwards and turning on my heel to walk away.
Okay.
I'm out the door super quick.
The scribe
I
starts
leave with
looking
them.
over his shoulder, and he begins talking to one of the servitors who scuttles off through the maze of...
Do I hear what he says to the
books.
servitor?
He actually does say it in binary. He actually has some modifications for that. Yes, you do. Make a binary plus 40 roll.
Damn.
Oh
99.
my lord.
99, and your target was 82.
I'm going to use fate purely on principle on that one.
Dude, that's
My
like...
good lord.
Your binary filter fails, and it just produces white noise from now on. Like, that's pretty bad.
Just
Kills
imagining
me.
like
There you go.
interpreting
There
it
we
as
go.
the complete wrong thing.
And how about 8 degrees
Goodness.
of success? How's that sound?
18 is a lot better. Basically, you can easily translate that. It's not even really encrypted. And what he said to the servitor was, go double check on the spirit of vengeance. Also get some armsmen to come here and discuss with me and see if you can have them followed.
Very well. I wait until we're just outside, and I murmur to the group. They wish to have us followed. They're also checking up on the spirit of vengeance. If we mean to be away from here, now is the time.
My suggestion would be that we leave and we go over their heads. Brander, who would be in charge of an installation such as this? Is there an admiral? A lieutenant admiral? Who would be the one responsible for running this operation?
Can I make a Imperial Navy lore roll?
Yeah. You get a plus 30 to that. $72,
Damn.
target 61.
So,
Yeah, if you, let's see, you want to fade it.
I feel like I should be wasting fate on remembering things.
Yeah. So,
The only reason
You
I
know-
did with the binary is because
My
it was
brain's
a
so
99.
foggy.
yeah.
I was not going to let that stand.
So yeah,
I didn't mind
you're not
failing.
sure who's in charge of a port like this. It could be different because it's a civilian port. In terms of when it's a military port, normally it'd be someone of a ranking position like captain or commodore, someone like that. Not normally like an admiral or someone, because normally they've got more important things to do than look after a port. However, you're not
But while
sure
we're
when it comes to
standing
civilian
around-
port.
While we're standing around talking about this, I suggest that we take our leave and find a place to hold down for the time being.
The moment Garrett mentions this, I nod emphatically. I'm in complete agreement. We should not linger. If for no other reason that it seems that we have no place to be.
I agree. I'll walk in step while we talk. I can walk and talk and chew gum at the same time.
And where are we headed?
Anywhere not here. Pick a road and we'll walk down it.
Perhaps you could inquire as to a tavern or public space.
Sure. I make inquiries along the way as we're walking out as to where we could find lodgings or a
Okay.
location at which we could bed down.
Sure. Who do you want to ask? I mean, it'll vary depending on who you ask. You're right next to a giant city, so... you're asking
men that
other
look like-
captains, other well-off people? Are you going to ask, like, the working people, or...
I would ask the working people, the ones who look
Okay.
like they live there.
Okay, so you ask, like, some of the scribes going past, etc., and some of the deckhands who work at the port. Some of them sort of grubby overalls covered in sort of black smudges and so on. You don't even need to really roll fellowship, they'll just tell you. What, you want someone to drink? I mean, you're looking for somewhere fancy or whatever, and he sort of looks up and down your clothes. Or, I mean, if you want somewhere fancy, there's a few places, but, I mean, I don't know, I don't go there. I mean, you want my places, or...
Yeah, where would you stay at?
Oh, you're slumming it, are you? Well, sure, there's a hotel not far out from the port where a lot of us deckhands, you know, if we're shifting around ports, etc., whatever, tend to be put up there for the nights. It's not bad. It's the Emperor's Faith.
Thank you. Will I see you there tonight?
Nah, mate, I got lodgings in town. You know, I got a wife to look after.
Family man. I smile and I have a couple coins that I hand off to him. Thank you for your assistance.
Emperor bless you.
I say the Emperor's Faith to the rest of the group. We should head there now.
Lead the way.
And so, using the directions he gave me, I assist the group in weaving our way through the streets to arrive at the Emperor's Faith.
Okay, you get there. There seems to be a number of people already carousing in the bar downstairs. And it seems to be like a 2-star-ish, maybe a little bit like a 1.5-star-ish establishment. Yes, Garrett?
You need to talk to Shen before he poops himself on excitement. My God.
I don't know a Shen. I'm sorry. I only see a Garrett.
Oh, we were on this way and we had this threat of being followed. Is there any chance that we would notice if anyone was following us along this way?
Make a perception check.
All right.
All of us?
Yes, all of you. However, it will be at -10 because you're in a sort of more crowded area.
Would this be awareness or just straight up perception?
Awareness perception. So yeah, awareness at -10.
Have that now, yay!
Would I be able to use my Auspex as I'm walking?
It doesn't really help you finding people who are following you, I'm afraid. It would count for anything else. It wouldn't really count for spotting someone following
that's why I
you.
wanted to double
Yeah,
check.
it's
with
worth asking.
I'm doing so bad today.
Garrett got a 22, needed a 40. Brander got an 86, needed a 21.
Completely oblivious.
Brander, you notice
along
like some of
whistling.
the working girls going past and your attention's a little bit elsewhere.
Nice.
You said it
roll.
was -10. Was that right?
Yes. Cassius got a 29, needed a 25.
That's weird. My dice
Oh.
said 9 on my screen.
They
Yeah,
said the
on
same
my
on my
screen
screen,
it
yeah.
says 09.
Carolinus got a 76, needed a 55.
I'll
Okay,
re-roll the
so-
awareness test because I can re-roll all awareness tests.
With the Auspex or with something else?
The auger array allows me to re-roll anything. It acts as a full Auspex if I take a turn to try and trace like radar and stuff like that.
I don't think the auger array will really help you finding someone following you, though.
The auger array just says +30 on awareness tests but then once per round it's a free action. I can use a tech use to try and spot things unseen. That's actually like pulling up
Yeah.
your tricorder. Boop, 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 boop.
The problem is it doesn't really help you target people. Actually, yeah, you can re-roll. Yeah, actually, it would allow you to do that because of something.
When do you use fate to re-roll something? Do you re-roll it at a lower point?
No, I think you just re-roll. 35. Okay, so you needed a 55, you got 35, so you pass, and also Garrett passes. Garrett, you notice on the monorail, squished in at the back of the car that you're in, 2 armsmen. You can tell they're armsmen because although they are wearing heavy overcoats, you can see sort of the bulk of armor, and you can also see the sort of chest bulge of a shoulder holster. And they do seem to be occasionally glancing in your direction. Carolinus, you don't see anyone. And you, just to double check, you start doing a passive scan for radio signatures coming from the immediate surround. And you notice that in the back of the car, there are in fact 2 Imperial low band receivers, the normal type that are in a microbead.
Okay.
Gonna murmur to Carolinus, 2 chumps at the back on the monorail. We need to ditch these guys.
I was on noted.
I think I can handle that.
By all means.
I get up and I approach them. Gentlemen,
Hello?
how does this afternoon find you? Is it afternoon or is it morning or what time is it?
It's about 7:30 by now. PM.
Okay. How does this evening find you, gentlemen?
Fine.
I can't help but notice that you've been following me and my compatriots, and I just want to reassure you that that's a very, very bad fracking decision. I would strongly suggest that you break off with this. You're following something that you truly and well do not understand. So please,
You
away
notice
with
one of
you.
them is like sort of half reaching for an auto pistol that you can see just sort of flapping under their greatcoat. They're kind of not sure what's going on. They're not really intended to be approached by the person that they were following. And the other one's like, well, I have reason to believe that you were trying to get access to classified records where you don't have permission.
No, it's a simple paperwork misunderstanding, and in fact, we're on our way to find our lodgings right now, and we're going to get the proper paperwork and come back tomorrow. On that, you have my word.
Okay, you led with intimidation, so let's make it an intimidation roll.
Okay, I gotta fate that, so I auto pass.
He's so intimidating.
These kind of heavily set like guys in these big greatcoats with obvious like large grade auto pistols wedged into the chest holster look down at you because they're a little bit taller with big combat boots. You can see sort of the leg plating of their arm as well, just a little bit showing beneath the folds of their coat. And yet the veracity and tenacity of your words, they kind of take a half step back. Okay. Where are you staying?
We're staying at the Emperor's Faith.
All right, we'll be back tomorrow morning to collect your information.
Absolutely, I look forward to meeting with you then.
All right. Have a good one.
Have a nice evening. I flash a smile.
Okay.
A deliciously threatening smile.
At the glint of your teeth and your smile, they kind of recoil a little bit more. They can't take another step back. The train's rather packed. It'd be the end of a working shift. However, you do notice that they sort of do seem to be a little bit caught off guard to the point that if circumstances were different, they might actually fall backwards if someone was kneeling down behind them tying their shoelaces, for instance. However, as it is, you have made 2 fully grown, quite muscly men recoil in horror into what appears to be a group of malnourished serfs.
Goddamn right they should. I'm a member of the Gentle. That's it. They should walk away, plebs. I'll unleash the power.
The next station you get to, they get off. And
I return to my companions.
immediately
I
cross
say
the
that
tracks.
won't be the last we've seen of them, but they're gone for now, and I would strongly suggest we not go to the Emperor's Faith at this point. I've bought us a little time till tomorrow morning, but they will be expecting us at the Emperor's Faith.
Is it wise?
Is it possible we could acquire the necessary paperwork before then?
By all means, if we can find who's in charge of this area, who handles the shipping docks over there, that would be perfectly fine. We could go in and we could just let them know who we are in a clandestine setting, and they would furnish us with the proper paperwork if they're, God-fearing members of the Emperor's Imperium. However, if you think we can't get that done tonight, I would strongly suggest we go somewhere else.
I clearly do not need to remind you that if we are on record as having threatened 2 of the Arbites, promising clearance, and then we are not where they expect us to be, we will have burnt whatever bridges were yet intact in accessing those logs through the proper channels.
Very well then I suppose our only course of action is to find out who's in charge. I can make some inquiries, but I've no idea where to even start.
Branda, do you have any idea who might be able to furnish us with the requisite clearance?
I'm assuming someone who stays here would have an idea.
So, what would that be? That'd be some sort of
Well,
like
you
some
would,
sort of
you would
ship
know
commander in the area.
You would know straight up that anyone who can provide you with the clearance to like get stuff in relation to forms and etc.
Not
for checking
be at this inn.
would probably be someone like they said the captain or the executive officer of a naval ship, someone who actually has the permission to delegate tasks to people. And it probably wouldn't be someone who is staying at a 1 or 2 star hotel frequented by dock workers.
We're not going to find anyone where we're going for this.
Obviously. But we need to know who we need to find. That is the first step. Once we have a name or at least an idea of the rank or an alibi or a method to extract the clearance we need, then we can go and find that person. But we're going to have to move quickly on this one, or we are going to burn that bridge. And once it's gone, the only recourse we will have is to betray our true motives for being here. And I can imagine that that would not be ideal.
We could find a captain to give us the information that would help, but
Would any captain do?
be able to get... Well, the problem is that there is no one called Elim Garak who runs a spirit of vengeance.
Would
Lies.
any captain do?
We could get the clearance the same way that we pretended to get it, but the stories wouldn't match, is the problem.
I think it'll be fine if we just leave you at home. I flash a smile. These men, they live in this is a chaotic environment to be in. Constant comings, goings, shipping crates moving everywhere. I'm sure little details get lost in translation. Instead, what I would suggest is that maybe we inquire as to a captain of good reputation, a captain who is God-fearing, who is loyal, who is unquestioned. In that situation, we make our intentions known to just that individual.
Alternatively, we find a captain who is perhaps a little less scrupulous, but in need of coin.
Sure. Although, are we ready to dirty our hands on behalf of someone like that? Because my guess is that they will more than likely have some sort of blood to be spilled or otherwise tasks to be taken that we might not be okay with.
Alternatively, we could provide them with a reason why they would wish to help us rather than turn us away.
Sure. Do you have any ideas along that front?
None come to me at the moment, but I'm sure once we have a solid idea of where we're going and who we're going to meet, something will come to me. But that is the first step. Perhaps you can make inquiries. There must be some captains of less prodigious wealth who might be staying in areas like this. Perhaps some local brothels.
Sure. As the tram arrives, I make inquiries as to both a captain of good reputation, and I make inquiries about any captains who might be down on their luck and about to lose their warrant of trade or anything along those lines.
Okay, are you looking specifically for naval captains, or are you looking for just general captains? Also, if you're looking for captains who have warrants of trade, you're looking for a very select group of individuals. There are other traders who don't necessarily have a warrant of trade. There are also ones who have I can't remember what the term is. Let me just find it. A letter of
trader be
marque.
able to give us the clearance?
The trader could probably give you the clearance. You're not sure, though, because unfortunately your role was not good enough. Your experience is mostly to do with military. Also, I'm dropping dice
So a
everywhere.
Navy captain is a safer bet.
considering the captain we're chasing is dealing in things less than legal, I wouldn't be surprised if he had some competition in his business, and we might be able to find someone else harboring here. Another captain who's more than interested in assisting us in finding information about this. Yes, indeed.
Sure, I'll refine that. So I'm going to make inquiries as to rivalries between captains with bad blood in between each other.
Okay.
We'll make port on Aridus Dire.
Sure. Make an inquiry roll. 58, 45. Unfortunately, you have a hard time really getting into the group around here. You're not really into a lot of the naval lingo, or you don't particularly mesh well with the deckhands, more common people. Your airs and graces are more refined to the upper society. And unfortunately, the next few hours you spend don't really come to any fruition.
Okay. No information. No one seems to know anything.
Brando, without prying into the nature of your service, are there any of your former comrades in arms who might owe you a favor?
I doubt there are any here. Unless he says otherwise.
As far as you're aware, especially as far as you are aware, you don't know of any here.
Is it not at least worth making some inquiries? If there are any rapid channels through which you can communicate these things. I don't know of your past, but perhaps that is something that we can make use of.
Is there an astropath available to us that I can contact the interrogator through?
Yeah, you can pretty much have access to the astropath whenever you want, effectively. But your ranks allow you to basically get priority when you send astropathic communications. However, you can send it like immediately, make sure it's at the top of the queue, but you would need flash clearance for that. Alternatively, you can just send one normally, but there'll be a slight delay in when it gets sent and when you get your response.
Okay. I'm going to send it normally.
Okay.
For interrogator, Ravon, or I'm sorry, our local handler, whoever our local handler was, I forgot his name already.
Interrogator Titus Khan.
Titus Khan. And so I send the message out to him. It's very brief and terse. It says that the Administratum giving tough lip over here. We need clearance in order to take a look at the Chronicle. They appear to be extra stringent with security checks. If paperwork could be provided, it would be much appreciated, and keep cover.
Okay. And where are you sending this? You have the address you can send it to, however, it is actually the Inquisition bastion on Xmas.
I don't know what would I use as an intermediary there. Like, I honestly have no idea what I would do to try and mask that.
You haven't gone through setting up any sort of ability to any code words or code names so far, so you don't actually have anything other than asking him straight out. You would have to effectively put it in the clear, and you'd have to send it directly to the Inquisitorial bastion. In future, you might want to set up basically code words or code names, so you don't have to literally talk to him as Titus Khan. But for now, you can send it there.
Can we all learn Glossia?
If we're going to do that, I might as well.
If
we're going to...
Oh, Glossia, it's from the Eisenhorn books.
Yes, you could just invent an entire language.
Aegis Arising, Spectres. Pattern...
however...
Something. Sword.
However, if you send that through the astropathic choir, they're used to dealing with a lot of bulk and especially secret transmissions, so your secrecy loss will be fairly minimal. It wouldn't be a major secrecy loss if you do that.
Okay, I'll go ahead and do that. I mean, the only other option we have right now is just to flash our credentials, and so I might as well just take the lesser loss then.
Okay. And where should I be sending any replies to, sir?
I give him access to my microbeat, I guess, and I tell him I'll be in the area.
As far as I understand, this only has a range of a few hundred meters. Are you sure you're going to move in the area, sir?
You can send missives to the Emperor's Faith. I'll be there.
Okay, very well. What name should I ask for?
You can put it under. I don't know. Call me Drake. I guess that's fine.
Call me Drake. Okay. Very well.
Thank you. And I excuse myself.
Okay. Cassius, I would like you to make a requisition roll at plus 20.
Okay.
Uh, 58, target 48. Okay. So do you all head to the Emperor's Faith?
Yep.
Okay, you get there. No people carousing in the bar, now it's sort of 11 p.m. It's died down a little bit. A lot of people who actually want to go out drinking have gone on to other places. And it seems a little bit more chilled in terms of the atmosphere. You go in, you get some rooms. What's the plan for the rest of the night?
I retire. I'm sick of today. This has been beating my head against a brick wall, so I'm done. I'm going to sleep.
Okay, you retire to your room. Bottle of Amasec in the room itself. Anyone else?
I think I'll retire as well. Again, this night has gone quite poorly, and it seems that we're simply waiting on a response at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
You sleep. Next day rolls around. Cassius, there is a message waiting for you.
Okay.
It literally says 2 days. Information you require will be left for you. Khan.
All right. I find my group members one by one, and I appraise them of the situation so that they know we've got 48 hours until our actual official papers are going to come through. But otherwise, I let them know I'll talk to the guards when they come through.
Okay. As you head back to your room after knocking onto the other people's doors and making sure they're apprised of the situation, you notice standing outside your room are two very familiar figures. They are the armsmen from yesterday.
Gentlemen.
Mr. Calgo.
It's good to see you again. I assume you're here for the paperwork.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's been some level of miscommunication at the Administratum, and I loathe to do this, but it'll be 48 hours, unfortunately, before they can furnish the proper paperwork. It's just a wait. Apparently, they're blocked up or backed up or something along those lines with official paperwork. So I do my best to look as sad as possible and as apologetic as possible about the situation.
Okay, make a deceive roll. I will make an opposed scrutiny roll. Or 2 opposed scrutiny rolls.
I'm going to fade it. Jesus Christ,
you might not
dice.
need to yet. Just bear in mind, it's only 2 degrees of failure.
The dice have
are
been
miserable
particularly-
today.
Yeah.
They're just garbage today.
Oh, wow,
It's
yeah.
all over again.
You 2 degrees of failure for you. I got 3 degrees of success with a 0-8. Do you want to fade it?
No, I'm not going to beat that anyways.
Okay. Now, if you don't mind me saying, Mr. Calgo, you gave your name as Mr. Calgo to Scribe Valoran. You gave your name here as a Mr. Drake. I have reason to believe that, unfortunately, you might not be telling the truth, and you may be trying to get access to information without the proper clearance levels.
I stare him dead in his eye and I say, I can virtually assure you my clearance level is not to be contested.
If you would like me to display this clearance level for me? No? Very well. Take him in,
You're
Gerard.
making a mistake.
And the other
You're
guy
making a
steps forwards,
Very fracking large mistake.
whips out a pair of handcuffs.
I'll have your heads for this. I hope you know. You'll both be dead.
Make an intimidation roll.
I fade it.
Maybe we'll do it with the handcuffs. You want to come with us?
No.
Just to be clear, where is everyone else?
You're all in
No,
your
this is
rooms,
going
as far
to-
as I'm aware, having been apprised of the situation, and you can hear
Yeah,
it going
individually.
outside. The walls aren't particularly thin. This is a cheap establishment.
Okay. We can hear it through the wall.
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't have like a mechadendrite sticking around the corner.
Can you give me an idea of what the layout of this part is? There like a corridor, and there's just these
straight
four rooms,
corridor.
or are there many rooms?
One stairway at the end. Other end is a stairway and a lift. There are 12 rooms on each side. You have 4, 2 facing each other. And Cassius is basically in the middle of this 4 right now, having a discussion with the 2 armsmen.
Okay.
I'll be ready at my door to potentially burst out.
Okay.
I actually full on step out. I open my door, I step out, and I'm assuming that I know where other people's doors are. And where am I in relation to Cassius?
You're
and
right.
the
You've got the
guardsman?
one next to Cassius, so as you step out, you are literally about 2 foot from him.
Okay. Well, then I'll step out, and Cassius will know that we'll see, because like I've got my robe parted, my arms are visible, and in my bionic arm, I'm just kind of rolling that white token around in between my fingers as I move to stand
Clack, clack, clack.
beside him,
Clack, clack,
facing
clack.
the
Clack, clack, clack. Clack, clack, clack.
and I move to stand beside him, clearly standing with him and facing
Okay.
down the Arbites.
Would you be the tech priest who was seen yesterday at Hangar A in Port Dyer, sir?
I was there, yes.
Would you like to come with us, sir?
On what grounds?
You and your friend here were trying to get hold of official administratum in clearance levels without the proper encryption. If you wouldn't mind.
I look to Cassius.
I raise an eyebrow, looking back.
As it happens, I would.
Come on, so we don't want to make a scene, but if we have to.
You don't. But we do. You can walk away from this at this point.
Caroline,
My friend
roll
has
intimidation.
told you how long it will be.
Roll intimidation.
Okay. Any modifiers? Just straight up intimidation?
Straight up intimidation. 88.
These
Target
rolls are
35.
so bad.
He looks at you. The whole Mechanicus tend to be like clever, not particularly fighty people. Doesn't really aid you in that. I mean, you yourself are quite tough. However, mostly the Mechanicus are seen as kind of the brain boxes. They don't really do a lot of fighting. He sort of looks you up and down and goes, "Look, we have you banged to rights. You can come with us, or we can do this the hard way." And he puts his hand up to a little blob on the side of his armor, which you notice is actually an implanted Vox link. And
At
speaks
this
into it.
point, I pull out my Inquisition clearance, and I shove it in his face, and I say, "Badges, names, now."
Okay, so you pull out this data slate. One of them sort of half reflexively goes for the auto pistol. Is this your clearance
Badges,
level?
names, now. No more questions. Shut your mouth. Badges, names, now.
He takes the data slate from you that you proffer. And his face just goes white. He hands it unspeakingly to his compatriot, who looks at it and goes, They start fumbling for their badges. One of them actually drops the badge on the ground and has to pick it up, and then they hand them over to you. Sorry, sir. I didn't mean to. How can I help? the
Damn
Emperor?
right you didn't.
And then both of them have
can
like,
help by-
straight away, like rigid back, 1,000-yard stare.
Badges, names, now.
Do not
Private
make him
first
repeat
class,
himself
Sherrod,
again.
sir. Ensign, Sir, Ensign Grimm.
I add those names to the list on my official data pad, and I show them their names on the list. You can assist this investigation by shutting your mouths and pretending like we weren't here when you get back.
Sir.
We didn't show up. We'll be back
sir.
with the clearance in a few days.
Yes,
I
sir.
doubt we need it at this point. But you know how I said it was your ass? If I hear anything about you telling anyone about this information, I've got your names and we will find you.
You never hear, sir.
You have families? Because we can find them too.
Both of them sort of like lock eyes, side eye at each other and go, sir.
Ah, you do have families. Good. Then think about your decisions from here on in when somebody says they need 48 hours to get the paperwork together. Get out of my sight.
Very well, sir. And they sort of bow backwards down the corridor.
Pricks. And I walk back to my room, clearly fed up with the situation.
As Cassius goes to walk back, I reach out to just put a hand on his shoulder to pause him for a moment. There's no reason for us to be here anymore.
Suppose so. Let's excuse ourselves.
I'll find the others. And with that, I go and... They're probably already coming out the doors at this point. They've heard what happened.
I'm looking very sorry for myself.
You just hear laughter. I mean, I guess the door opens at some point. You just hear laughter. This is just too hilarious.
Okay. The door sort of squeaks open, and sort of bent doubled over against the wall is Garrett, trying to stifle laughing too loudly.
It's pleasant to see that one of us finds humor in this. But I suspect that having to flash those particular credentials will come back to us in time.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, it didn't look like there was much of an opportunity. It was either there or in the dungeon for us, so what's done is done.
I'm in agreement.
I would suggest we go get the records that we need now.
I mean, only those two know, as long as they don't say anything to anybody. I mean...
There's no reason for us to push this any further than it already is. If we're fortunate that they are simple enough to be terrified by what they've seen and will do as we've commanded, but...
Can't we just ask them to get the records for us? Wouldn't they be inclined to assist?
By what clearance would they have? They're mere Arbites.
They weren't Arbites, they were armsmen.
Oh, armsmen, I do apologize. Yeah.
That's even worse than Arbites.
Yeah, that's even lower now.
Well then, we've got 48 hours until the official clearance comes. I doubt we'll see any more of them. We can wait.
Unfortunately, someone does need to wait here, or we need to make arrangements that any missives for Cassius here be redirected.
I volunteer. I can stay here. I gave my name and I'll be fine.
Are you certain of this, Cassius?
Mm-hmm. I've no fear of this place.
In the meantime, I suggest Brander schmooze and try to find some information on some of the local captains, if possible. Anything that we can use against this Captain Julius Valentine.
There should be people who know him. We have the time now to find them.
Okay. Brando, if you want to make an inquiry roll, then.
All right. Fellowship. Any modifiers?
Plus 10. You know generally stuff about naval shipping, etc. 59. You needed a 15. So that's a little bit of a fail.
Can I clues from the crowds it?
You can indeed. Allows you to reroll with minus 10.
Oof. For what it's worth. Oh, gee, this. Forget it. I'm not.
No, go on. Imagine it comes up with 5 or less.
I've made 1% shots before in XCOM. It can happen. You got to believe in the dream.
Right. Believe.
Nope.
29. You needed a
roll,
5.
sir.
Well, you improved, but however, no, you don't really manage to find information. You just ask around. No one seems to really know the person you're asking for. Next day, you can ask again. You've got effectively 2 days to kill, so that's the first day gone. If you want to ask again, second day.
Come on.
Going on.
Come on, Brander.
Would I be
Yep.
able to go back to the dock? I imagine there would be tech priests and, in fact, servitors
You can go
around
back
it,
to the dock if you want. Yes.
which I could, or around the dock, the sort of people who service the dock, and ask if anyone happens to have serviced such a vassal.
Make an inquiry roll.
A low chance, but I'll try it. No.
58 needed a 12. No. You end up talking to a master of the fuels, who's a tech priest in charge of effectively distributing and making sure that things are kept up to maintenance, etc. Master of the fuels, Binus. He tells you that he has no information that he can tell you. And as soon as he starts asking about who you are, you sort of cut it short and have to leave.
Okay.
Next day comes around, you can make another inquiry roll if you want.
I'll give it a shot.
Nope. 45 needed a 15, Branda. You can re-roll clues in the crowd if you want.
Might as well.
Go on.
I'm just hating our dice right
No.
now. I'm
Oh,
so
geez.
upset with this session. This
85
session is so
needed a 5.
deeply upsetting.
Yeah, that's a bit of a fail.
Question,
However,
Mr. EE.
Yep.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
no, shoot.
Okay, I wanted to know. So Garrett has lore underworld. Would that be possible to be useful to find out information from people who are in some type of illegal trading ring like this is going on?
Yeah, no, anything criminal wise, sort of organized crime, you can sort of start looking for context, etc., using your knowledge in that. Particularly if you've just got knowledge yourself, you might know how the things work or who about to ask.
Okay, then why don't we start by trying to find someone to ask, someone who would know some of the underground stuff in this area.
Well, what specifically are you wanting to know?
Information on illegal trade.
More specifically, off-world smuggling, what type of things?
Smuggling.
Okay, off-world smuggling. Who to ask about off-world
Yes.
smuggling? Sure. Roll your knowledge. Let's see if you know anyone who operates off this planet.
Any mods?
This isn't particularly near your home, so no modifier. 76 needed a 30. No.
We tried.
Afraid you don't know anyone off the top of your head who operates around here. However, end of the 40 hours, and eventually an astropathic data slate turns up, which has the required clearance level on it. It proclaims you to be Captain and Master of the Spirit of Vengeance. Your name is Elim Garrick. Your first mate is a Branda Thrail, formerly of the Imperial Navy, and now, currently of the Imperial Navy. However, he is on leave due to being reprimanded for poor attention to detail on his uniform.
It's too accurate.
The truth is too harsh.
Let us use this information quickly.
Like this clearance is oddly specific, but it checks out. I guess we'll go there then.
Hangar B.
In the meantime, I've tried to clean up my uniform a bit and make it look slightly
You hit it with
slightly not
Febreze.
battered.
Okay.
Just go mug someone who has a nice uniform.
You don't really have any relatable skills or trades or anything related to that, so you do a little bit of work to it. You can't really
And
do
then,
much more.
like,
It's pretty
gigantic
damaged.
tears or anything. I could maybe flesh staple them.
There are some more definite damaged areas to it. Let's put it that way. However, you go back to Hangar A, and with just your luck, it's exactly the same scribe on today. Oh, it's you. Armsman to Hangar A. Armsman to Hangar A.
Hangar B.
Hangar B is the one next door. It's got all the records in it. Hangar A is the one you have to go through for access.
Oh.
I sigh and I
really
say,
hope it's the
save your
same two
breath.
armsmen. And they walk in and they're like, nope.
They haven't walked in yet.
Yeah, exactly. I tell him to save his breath, and I produce the papers.
He plugs it into a little data feed that comes out of his lectern, scans it once. You can see that the light sort of goes up and down it, and a green light appears on his lectern.
Look at there, it cleared.
He
I point at
takes it out.
Isn't that weird? Still gonna clear, man. It's not an NES cartridge.
You don't know. Just blow on it more. Try pushing it off and on again.
Should I tell him to plug it in 4 or 5 more times and watch it turn green more? Sure, blow it on again. That's fine. Keep plugging it in. Yep. Apparently green 1's not good enough.
If you're concerned about the fidelity of your systems, then perhaps I could speak with the machine spirit.
No, that's quite okay. We have our own tech priests. And at this point, 2 armsmen walking behind you, along with what you can see outside is another 6 armsmen standing at the ready. The 2 armsmen behind you who walk in, you do recognize one of them. And instantly he walks in and he goes, "Sheet white. I've never seen these people before."
I slowly pull my data slate out and look at it, then look at him, then look at it, then look at him. I just want to make him shit himself while he's at attention. That's all that I really want.
Is there any way I can help, sir? Scribe, sir? No, everything seems to be okay here. Thank you, sir. Thank you. He backs out really, really quick. Very well. Which ones did you want to see?
We needed to see the Chronicle for the Tigress.
Tigress?
Emerald Tigress.
The Emerald Tigress. I'm being all loosey-goosey.
Very
It's
well.
all good, man. We got your back.
Take a seat up at desk 102, and the records will be brought to you. Did you want to also see Manifest of Trade?
Yes, that's fine.
Any other information you would like to see?
Crew. Has any crew changed?
Sure, if we could have a crew manifest, that would be fine as well.
I can send you what information we have on that. We do not keep much information on crew manifests. I will also throw in the warrant of trade as well. There you go. Is that enough to keep you happy?
For now, if we could do this with a few less guardsmen, it would have been nice, but that's fine. Thank you for your assistance.
If we could have done this with the correct clearance of the first time round, it would be not nicer as well.
Well,
There
if
you
you
go.
could display some level of patience, it would also have been just fine. But you know, we can go back and forth like this as much as you want. I got what I wanted, so we're okay here. I've locked eyes with him, and I'm not looking away.
13B. And one of the servitors on like a pair of like tracks comes over to you very, very slowly. One of the tracks seems to be hitching slightly and ever so slightly turns to the side occasionally as to sort of correct its angle. Show them to desk 102. Yes.
I can't help but laugh a lot again.
It turns around
I'm
the
sorry.
spot and then starts going forwards. The right track hitches again and it has to recorrect itself and it starts showing you to desk 102.
Is it making squeaky noises?
It does
it's
squeak.
Like,
It does squeak a fair amount. More like the metal on sort of like a chalkboard kind of sound as it goes across the marble floor.
I look
and
at
it
Carolinus with my hands like this, and I point at its track.
And yet he complained of Branda's uniform. Such hypocrisy.
As you go through, you notice that 102 seems to be one of the further desks away from you. And your servitor is particularly slow. And as you look around, you notice all the other servitors seem to be in a fairly decent nick. Varying states, but fairly decent nick. You get the feeling that maybe you've been loaded with the worst servitor on one of the further away desks.
Meh.
Are there any armsmen in this room?
Not that you can see.
No.
After a good 10 minutes, the servitor finally shows you to a desk. Take a seat. Your documents will be with you shortly. And it spins around the slot and goes away again.
Squeak, squeak.
Squeak it, squeak it, squeak it, squeak it.
Half an hour later, as you're sitting there in kind of silence, if you make any sound whatsoever, the built-in speaker to the desk will shush you. So half an hour later, a load of servitors appear and dump on the desk in front of you records. Firstly, they dump down the warrant of trade. It is a very simple affair. A scroll of parchment with a wax seal at the bottom proclaiming the title of Shipmaster and Rogue Trader, the warrant of trade for a Captain Julius Horatio Argo Ren Valentine I. However, you do note that certain sections are marked as clearance level only. However, because you have the original warrant of trade in front of you, and you cross-reference that with the actual physical copy you now have, you can see that Captain Julius Horatio Argo Ren Valentine I was recommended for the position of Rogue Trader and given a warrant of trade by Inquisitor Ravan for duties to the Inquisition. Approximately 140 years ago.
Ha. That's peculiar.
Not especially. We were already notified that this individual was a friend.
A friend, yes, but this specifically says for duties to the Inquisition.
I doubt one becomes the friend of an Inquisitor if one hasn't already proffered services to the Inquisition in some way.
No, it's as I said before, it doesn't add up. My guess is that something strange is going on board that ship.
That would seem to be why we are involved, yes.
Along with that, you get the ship's chronicle, which details a number of places that the ship has visited, although the discrepancies in time suggest that it's only kept up to date whenever the ship really wants to port here, and even then there might be some things missing. Along with a manifest, which mostly seems fairly innocuous, mostly luxury goods, certain types of spice, certain exotic beasts that are completely legal. The occasional arms ferrying to some of the planets on the northern eastern section of the sector. You get a lot of data dumped in front of you, and you are very thankful that this rogue trader has only been operating for about 140 years, because if it had been operating any longer, you'd have had a lot more data in front of you. Feel free to start making scrutiny checks if you want to go through all this data, but it will take you several days.
Can we take the paperwork back to wherever we're staying first?
No.
Is it a data slate?
There are data slates combined with physical parchment. Most of it is data slate. Some of the more important documents are physical parchment.
Where are we supposed to use the bathroom in here if we're here for like several days?
You have to go like all the way out to the front again, and then outside, and then there are like a section of porta potties basically.
Can I just piss on the scribe's floor?
I'm
like,
pretty
can I
sure
just pick a corner like a dog?
Like one of the servitors would have like an inbuilt flamethrower, that kind of thing, just in case.
All right. I'm just saying, I'm trying to get the last word in here, and you're not letting it happen. If somebody pisses on your floor, that's ultimate victory. There ain't no coming back from that. No matter what he says, I'd be like, yeah, well, I pissed on your floor. And then we just walk away.
Spoken like a true dog owner. Right. If you would like to make scrutiny checks, these will be once per week.
Wow.
Okay.
Caroline's got an 88, needed 32. Cassius got a 35, needed 25. Branda got a 35, needed a 25.
These dice are busted. I'm calling shenanigans.
Garrett got 72, needed a 28. Yeah, first week you're there, you're going through scroll after data slate of trade stuffs, trade transactions, planets visited, etc. Nothing really stands out. You're trying to cross-reference these as much as you can with import and outgoing stuff like tariffs, etc. Crew coming on and off the ship. None of it really grabs your attention right now. Next week comes around.
This is like fear checks all over again.
Yep.
And I'm not going to fade a 25 roll. Chances are I'm just going to fail it again.
You turn out to be afraid of parchment.
I'm just not going to do it.
99.
Oh my god.
99.
You accidentally burn the
Carolinus.
documents.
Carolinus, you accidentally do, like, one of the documents gets a little bit too close to one of your mechanical, like, mechadendrites, and your mechadendrite, like, gets caught in one of the joints, and you accidentally tear, like, the corner of the warrant of trade. Just a little bit.
I rolled security, but can I say that was scrutiny? I clicked the wrong one, but I got a 7.
Is it the same roll for you? Yes, everyone fails except for Cassius, who needed, what, a 25?
Yeah.
Yes.
And you
I
got
got
7.
one less this time. Give it 3 months.
Only 2 degrees of failure, that's fine. However, Cassius gets 3 degrees of success. Needed 25, got 7. So, Cassius, well done. After looking through many of the documents, your ability to sort of... You can read High Gothic now, can't you?
No.
No? Okay.
No.
Some of the documents still kind of go a little bit beyond you, and you have to get one of the servitors to translate who can actually read High
I
Gothic.
can
They
translate High
specifically-
Gothic.
Oh, you get Carolinus to read them out to you on occasion. You do eventually
Read me a
find out...
story, Carolinus. Read me a story.
Once upon a time,
You do
There
there
find
was
out...
a
Be
good
heretic.
little...
You do find out a couple of discrepancies. Firstly, there are gaps where it appears to be enough time to visit another planet nearby, but nothing is logged. Particularly when running in or around the Warp Storm area. Particularly when running near places like Ichthion, Noctis Majoris, Mox Mortis, Lilith, Ulrich's Pass, Convergence, Rial, places like that. I'll bring up the map for anyone at home. Whee! In addition, you do find that the luxury goods, the amount they're making off of the luxury goods, does seem to be somewhat higher than is declared, although that seems to be fairly normal from rogue trade as far as you can understand. And lastly, but probably most interestingly, is that you find a petty... wrong one. A petty officer Nichols at Port Dyer is the registered attending officer of the port every time the ship sets down. Regardless of shift.
Sorry, what was that last chunk one more time?
Petty officer...
I got it for you. No, I got it for you. I got
okay.
good records here. Petty Officer Nichols at Port Dyer is the registered attending officer of the port each time the ship has docked.
He's the one basically taking care of the ground side, like import, etc. stuff, the logistics of making stuff ferried off any ground transports, etc.
Okay. I relay this information to the group.
Well, it sounds like
Someone else
Nichols
speak to
is our man.
So we should go about finding this Nichols.
Where should we start?
Well, I
Need to
mean, it's
find what shift he has, because obviously the Emerald Tigress will be arriving when his shift is here. Need to see him before then.
I could go ask my best friend, the scribe. Good old Valoran, my bestest buddy.
Alternatively, perhaps we could ask the armsmen. Should they know those who work in this place? They might even have a means of finding out what a shift is without raising too many eyebrows.
All right.
And it's at this point that you notice that standing nearby, trying to figure out how to approach you, is one of the armsmen.
Is it Ensign Grimm?
Which one is it?
Private First Class Garrett, sir.
All right, Private.
I don't turn around, just my mechadendrite just turns and just watching him.
He kind of leans
He
backwards.
gets up really close. Actually gets right into his face.
Hey, sir.
And then it just draws back.
Can you make it do like an alligator thing? Like, I want this guy to shit his pants. If I can't make a guardsman shit himself, what have we been doing this entire session?
You were asking after the Emerald Tigress, sir?
We were.
It's just entered in system. It will be at the port in about 3 days.
By any chance, is Petty Officer Nichols in charge of the arrival?
He pulls out like the data slate he's got attached to his back, and yeah, it appears he's scheduled in. So it looks like he switched shifts about 20 minutes ago.
All right, thank you.
Before you leave,
Yes.
and my bionic hand, because the fingers on my bionic hand, they're not padded fingers like a human.
It is your left hand, right?
Kind of like, it is my right hand. Let me
Sorry,
just
right hand.
double
Yeah, I
check.
think it was your right hand because it's
Yeah.
your firing hand. Yeah.
Yeah. They don't come to, like razor sharp claws or anything like that, but they're not fingers in the usual sense. They are more narrowed down,
Okay.
like as if you've got sharpened fingernails, but it's part of the whole finger,
It's
and it's
better-
just like tapping them on the table.
It's better for pushing buttons.
Indeed, or cutting people open and pulling out their organs. Did your companions give you? Was this the one that was at the hangar when we came in?
Yes.
Yes. I trust your companions didn't ask you any awkward questions over your reaction at the hangar.
No, sir. No questions whatsoever.
You wouldn't be lying to us, would you?
I could deal with all the questions, sir. I told them I hadn't seen you. I
So
never
there
saw
were
you.
questions.
So-
At this point, the mechadendrite's getting back in his face. The lenses are kind of swapping.
Sir?
Sit down, Armsman.
There isn't a chair,
This is
sir.
the best day ever.
There isn't a chair.
The floor, Armsman. The floor.
Yes, sir.
Cross-legged.
He sits down on the floor. Looks up at you.
Names, ranks of those who asked you questions.
Well, there are privates in the squad. They kind of took the piss out of me. You can find them on the data slate. They're my detachment. And then there was the ensign in charge of the detail. He wanted to know what was going on, and I said I hadn't seen you, and I was asked to follow you at some stage, and I was told that you'd have the information in time, and you did. So everything was fine.
So you told them you'd never seen us, and yet we told you that we'd have the information in time. And the tapping gets louder.
I didn't mean that. He told me he told me to say that I didn't see you at the hotel that I don't know about, and that you got the information in time. And that was it. That's what I said.
That the tapping stops. Very well. Why are you still here?
I thought you might like to know.
You've told us what we wanted to know. Why are you still here?
Oh, okay. Well, I was just gonna say that Nichols has been asking. Okay. He gets up.
Hold up. Wait, what about Nichols?
Well, there's been talk of you stuck in here with, like, looking through all the records and so on. It's, been a little while. He sort of gestures around to the open trays of preheated food, etc. that you've got. So basically, like, boxes of Chinese. Well, and Ensign Nichols was wondering what was going on. I said I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. But,
Did anyone else say anything?
Not that I know of, but, I wasn't asking.
Good. Asking questions gets people killed. You don't want to die, do you?
I remember that
Armsman, what specifically was Nichols asking?
He was wondering why you were here, what you were looking for, what records you were looking up, apparently.
Does he know you were looking up records on the Emerald Tigress?
That makes sense. Someone was saying something about a tiger.
This complicates matters.
Armsman,
Yes?
I want you to report to us from now on. Every day or two, everything you hear from Nichols or otherwise, I want to be appraised of it. I give him my microbead.
Yes, sir.
Good. You might be cut out for this business yet.
Yes, sir.
Make yourself useful, Armsman. A useful tool is not one that to be thrown away.
Yes, sir. I'll be a good tool, sir.
Stop being useful. And I don't need to finish explaining what will happen.
Yeah, right away. So he backs into one of the servitors, knocking it over. I'll get right on that. And he hurries out.
As soon as he's out of the way, I start chuckling. That was more fun than I expected it to be.
At which point your desk goes, shh.
I briefly consider flashing my credentials at the desk, but I decide against it.
I think that might be the quote of the session.
The 2 weeks, you've had enough.
That would be infuriating. Oh my god. Future libraries would just be horrible.
Yep. And that's a good place for us to go to a break, as any. We'll be right back in about 6 minutes with the next part, when hopefully they'll find out what's going on and find out what Nichols has got to do with it, find out what's going on in the Emerald Tigress, and find out what's been going on with the running the blockade Ixion. But that'll be in about 6 minutes' time. So do stay tuned, and we're back with more Rolling for It after the break.
Pray for our dice. Pray for our dice.
Pray for them.
They do need to be
And the
exercised.
Emperor.
We need it.
Welcome back to Roll for It. We're playing some Dark Heresy Warhammer 40k RPG. Our acolytes have managed to find out that something dodgy is going on with smuggling or trading or whatever, going to Aridus D. They've managed to find out that a certain petty officer Nichols is possibly involved, and that he's been asking around after them. Before we get going, though, let's talk about Patreon again, because why not? Splat.
So Patreon is a thing. I spent a bunch of time making it pretty and making it all awesome. And we've got a bunch of rewards that you guys can get for the various tiers, everything from $1 on up. You get access to Discord servers. You get to vote on like who we fight against with factions and stuff during the gameplay. You get to do all kinds of cool things. It's pretty fabtabulous, and you should check it out at patreon.com/roll4it.
Unless you're a filthy heretic.
Yeah,
in which case you should
filthy
anyway,
heretic.
actually. You can just look at it in despair at what you can't have because you're a heretic.
Well, there is a heretic tier.
For the right price.
There's a heretic tier, yeah.
There you go. And I think we've got some plans, maybe possibly, to have some sort of goals in future as well, so just stay tuned for that.
Yeah.
Anyway, getting straight back to the fun. You are currently in the Administratum building of Hangar A, which houses a lot of the desks and so on that you sit at to look through information that's brought to you. And you've just been informed that a certain Officer Nichols is looking into you.
Officer Nichols is dropping dimes. It's unfortunate.
What are you going to do?
Nothing, huh? All right, that's fine. Well, it would seem to me that if Nichols is asking questions, our best course of action would be either to have Garrett sneak on board the ship after hours and see what he can find there and what he can observe. Because if Nichols is working in collaboration with whatever's going on the ship, there is the possibility that they'll be waiting for us there. Maybe there was a mutiny of some kind. Has anybody actually seen the captain anytime soon? Either way, I would also suggest that maybe we find wherever the ship goes next habitually from the Chronicle. Most ships follow some kind of tide or some kind of pattern. If they're going someplace next, we could charter a flight to that place on board, but if Nichols is already asking about us, that might be a futile attempt.
You do know that from looking at the Chronicle quite a lot, it tends to fluctuate where it goes, mainly because trading luxury goods depends on really where needs them at the time, the highs and lows of particular areas.
So we don't know what its destination will be when it sets off from this port, but it will be here in 3 days. In the meantime, why don't we look up information on Nichols? See if we can find out if he has any other history of shady dealings.
That seems a reasonable conclusion to come to, and a course of action.
Sure. I can make inquiries as to who dislikes Nichols. You can get no better information from someone than someone's enemy. So,
Indeed.
I'm going to make inquiries as to people who dislike Nichols.
Okay. So basically, you can choose for the 3 days you have. You can either do your looking into underground lore stuff, Garrett. You can either do inquiry into Nichols, or you can stay in the building and continue to look through data. But you can do that for Officer Nichols because he has his own employment file, etc., and history, etc., is also kept in the same amount of records in the same area, and you can ask it to be brought to your desk.
We might get everything we require from the Chronicles or from the library then. That being the case, perhaps we should request his dossier. And Garrett, if you wish to do something on the side without the rest of us, that'd be your prerogative.
So looking through the dossier would be a scrutiny roll. If you choose to ask around, that'd be inquiry. And of course, that'd be common law, underworld.
I've got a better chance just asking around.
I can scrutinize the documents, or try to.
Cassius, perhaps then you should accompany Garrett on his rounds. He might be able to introduce you to certain individuals whom you could then inquire as to Nichols.
Well, let's see if there's actually anyone to inquire yet, because I'll probably just fail the roll.
Okay.
Ooh, we made a roll.
Garrett
we made
rolls a
Your
16.
Prayers.
Target
Your
30.
prayers were answered.
Yeah, that's 3 degrees of success. So Garrett, you know that the best people you want to talk to be able to get past particular restrictions and so on is generally officers of a lower or middling rank, lower rank preferably, who are in need of coin because they're lower ranked. You can get some of the older ones in the lower rank, which means they've got stagnated at that rank, which means they have not been going anywhere for a long time. They've probably got bored. They're probably stuck in a role. They've probably been relegated there. Those are the people you want to pick on. Nichols does fit that as his dossier comes through. He is 50. He is still petty officer and hasn't really moved on. Alternatively, you can pick on unenlisted, which petty officer technically is, ranks because they have enough pull. Similarly, that all fits the bill quite nicely. In addition, you do actually know someone on this planet who may be of help. You've only heard the name, but you do know the name Daiquiri.
Like the drink.
Yes. Native to your planet.
Of course, Aavak. All right, I'm just going to relay that information to Cassius. I think this is going to be our guy. We need to find Daiquiri and see if we can't squeeze some information out of him. You feel like hitting up a bar if we can find this man?
I raise an eyebrow and I say, I'm not so sure about trusting my fate to someone named Daiquiri. But I suppose if it's the only lead we've got, let's go for it.
Sounds like he enjoys a drink. How do we go about finding this person?
Brandon and I could stay here and continue looking through the records. Seems that I'm going to be needed since I'm like the only person here who can read High Gothic.
Yeah, so if you and Brandon wants to make scrutiny rolls, and Cassius, if you want to make inquiry, you can do it with a plus 20 because you've got Garrett with you, and Garrett knows some of the things that you need to inquire about.
Yay.
I am a tool.
Yes! The rolls are with us!
The prayers were answered for the Emperor!
I did it too.
What the hell?
Wow, okay. So Carolinus got a 0-3, needed a 32. Branda got a 0-7, needed a 25. Carolinus and Branda, you have this kind of montage moment as you go through all the books, correlating information and comparing it, and you both sort of look across the desk at each other and you start swapping data back and forth and circling things.
I'm imagining that there's like a cork board with like string and photos.
And yeah, it's all over the place. And yeah,
it's a montage.
You find that there are payments going from a petty officer Daiquiri, who is not based out of Port Dyer. You do actually see that name is a name on the crew log for the Emerald Tigress. These payments go to petty officer Gerard Nichols. And petty officer Nichols is always on duty at a certain time. These payments always come in exactly 2 days afterwards. The payments do vary, and it seems to be like a percentage or a cut from what you can gather. In addition, Nichols then pays several of the crew who are on duty that night. You manage to pull up the names of 4 other people who are involved. As far as you can tell, the payments don't seem to go any further up the Emerald Tigress. They do come directly from Petty Officer Daiquiri himself.
Petty Officer Nichols?
Would
They go,
any
yeah,
of
to Petty
the
Officer Nichols.
names that were the 4 names, would they tie in if we cross-reference the names of the squad of the armsmen who we interrogated?
Yes. One of them is on that squad.
Okay.
Not the 2 who talked to you, but one of the ones that was outside.
Yeah, one of the ones, yeah. Because Carolinus basically pressed him to give us the names of everyone he knew who might have bullied him. Okay. It seems that we may have several avenues of inquiry from this. Randy, your thoughts?
So we should start with the armsman.
It may be easier if we go through our contact in the armsman and that squad.
Yeah,
Ask
good
him
idea.
information. Ask him to inquire on our behalf, though he didn't seem the most subtle type or the most strong-willed for this kind of subterfuge.
We do have to watch him before he starts trying to play spy too much.
Perhaps we could have him set up a meeting.
Yeah, that'd be wise.
Take this. What's the name of the fellow that we've got cross-referenced?
Kazak.
Perhaps he could take this Kazak out for a drink after a shift, and we happen to be at the bar.
That should work.
We should speak with Cassius. He's a better talker than either of us.
Meanwhile, Cassius managed to get a 42, needed a 65. Cassius, Garrick, you managed to do some asking around, and you eventually end up finding yourself in the seedier underbelly part of Eradus, Major, the actual capital city of the planet. After a bit of asking around, you do get pointed towards a fighting den. And you ask around about getting stuff in and off planet, and you manage to find, you get pointed towards effectively the back room in this fighting den. And as you walk through the fighting den, you see what appears to be some sort of cat, but more angular, more like it had the features of a wolf in some regards. The parts of the snout are more flared, the face is slightly more elongated, some of the teeth are a lot more pronounced. The tail itself has two barbs on the end, fighting with a human pit fighter who is wearing only like a set of shorts, big blades extending from his forearm where he's got implanted spurs. It is very much a blood sport.
How big is this cat?
Oh, yeah, the cat's probably the size of like a very, very large dog, like a very small horse. Somewhere in that region. Yeah.
That's a brave dude. I get in that ring. I look at Garrett and I go, "Good God, where have you brought me to?"
You do notice the bodies of two other pit fighters in the pit, unmoving.
Let's
Looks
just
like
find
Covered
our
in
man.
blood. Is there blood?
Oh, there's a lot of
Is
blood.
there blood
Do we-
soaking into the sawdust?
do we
that's
know-
fantastic.
Do we know what P.O. Daiquiri looks like?
Yes, you would have, because your friends looked it up for you, you would have a picture sent over to your data slate.
And do we spy this guy anywhere in the room?
No. Daiquiri is presumably on the Emerald Tigress, which hasn't yet ported.
Gotcha.
And Cassius, you've been asking around effectively about being able to smuggle some cargo on off-world, and you get directed to the back room here. There is a person who might be able to help.
Okay.
You want to go through the door?
Let me confer with Garrett for a moment. So our story is that we're trying to move something off-world. Like, what information do we hope to glean from this meeting?
Well, we know that the goods that we're supposed to be tracking do not come from this world. So perhaps we are targeting to smuggle something from a quarantined world.
All right. I nod, turn around on a boot heel, and we head through the door.
Okay. The large, quite obvious bouncer who is very visibly armed and showing off the side of his coat is actually draped over the top of his holster. As you can see this massive revolver sticking out. Looks at you and nods as you go in. And inside you find yourself face to face with two other individuals who you don't recognize. And Petty Officer Jared Nichols. Hi, can I help you?
Yeah, actually, I'd be interested in speaking with you. I heard you were the man around here when it comes to things coming and going.
I might be. Depends what you're thinking of coming or going.
Well, what I've got coming is from a place that you're not really supposed to be going from. and I need it to arrive in the proper hands of people that need things like that.
Oh, that can be arranged. Have you got anything particular that you want to transport? Are you saying something that you want transported alive, or some sort of goods, or...
Seeing from the sport outside the door you have interest in exotic creatures, what would you say to the possibility that I could get down onto Ichthian and bring back a few specimens for you to fight here?
Make a deceive check.
It always feels so quiet when these checks come up. Like, it always feels hella dead inside the channel.
Everyone's watching. We want to see.
Because everybody's, like, holding their breath.
Suspense.
Bated breath.
Look at that!
Natural 100!
I fade it.
Okay, you automatically pass with degrees of success equal to your fellowship bonus. I rolled a 70, which is terrible. So you fate.
Oh, no, I got to re-roll.
Oh, you got a re-roll, okay.
Yeah, I've got to re-roll.
Okay, well, I've failed with 4 degrees of failure. So...
I can't believe you rolled 100.
I can't either.
That's not our first one.
009.
That's a little better.
That's 6 degrees of success. There's a bit different. So there's a difference there of 10 degrees. He smiles, sensing that this is going to be a valuable trade, and leans forward and goes, "Hey, do you like the one out there? I got that recently."
Yeah, it looked like a real tough critter. Looks like it's got some fight in it.
Aye, that it does. It comes from a planet called Tanth, not far from here. Not really meant to export them. Taking things off Death Worlds tends to be a little bit forbidden. Now, if you're actually asking to go down to Ichthian, I'm a bit surprised you know about that planet. The Imperium is listed as a dead world.
Well, the Imperium has all kinds of things listed as unavailable or otherwise not for consumption. I like to be a little bit more free about my lines of thought.
I like how you think. Actually, I should be importing something from Ichthian in a couple of days. Something... well, something for a bit more of a rarefied fighting pit than this one. And something that pays a little bit better as well. Now, I assume you know what goes on in Ichthian, right?
No, I've just got an entrepreneurial spirit and the will to make a way for myself in this world.
Well, just make sure you bring enough shock prods and some well-reinforced cages. But I can do business with you. You'll need a lot of money. Getting onto Ichthian isn't particularly easy these days.
Yeah, I've heard they've got all kinds of monitoring and other things going on around the planet. But I think we can make it happen.
Yeah, for the right price.
Sure.
Just a gesture of goodwill. I normally charge these sort of upfront meetings. Have you got any sort of monetary recompense for my time right now?
Do I?
Dude, you have a line of credit pretty deep.
I don't
Yes.
know. I have no idea what my credit is. I always feel like our requisition rolls never go through, so I figure I must be pretty broke.
So this is what you need to know then, is how much money would impress this guy without make it obvious that you're just throwing money at the problem.
Well, you could start by just like 500 thrones, which would be a decent amount of money, or you could just flat out like just throw down like a bar of gold. Like effectively, when trading in large commodities, people don't trade with coins so much because they're a bit unwieldy. They start trading in literally base metal. It's up to you.
Okay, including your finder's fee. What sort of collateral would you be looking for? Obviously, I'm new to this arena, but I've got the spirit to win it, so what would make this go smoothly?
I mean, are you looking to land on Ichthian yourself and grab things and then get through customs? Because that's my specialty. If you want me to find someone to get you there, I can do that as well.
We're going to need a crew to help us get there and take care of the job, but I've got to line up on a location that promises to be especially fruitful on the planet.
You need a ship? Okay. Well, you'll have to find a ship that can charter you and drop you at the edge of the system. And I know a useful ship that might be able to get you in system and out. I can probably manage that. Now, in terms of payment, if you're going to Ixion, that's going to be very expensive. Probably looking at about 10,000 Imperials each way.
Those looks on everyone else's faces.
Well, my Skype froze. I couldn't hear anything for like the last 30 seconds.
Yep.
Skype went
Same
out for
here.
me too.
It just
Oh,
kept
man.
stopping, and every now and then I was like, "Oh, am I the only one?" But then I saw Splat like,
Yeah.
I was like, "Okay,
Can you
I'm not the
can you go
Okay.
back and repeat that, please?
I mean, if you want to be able to get a ship to the edge of the system, that'll cost whatever the ship normally costs. Just be careful of the picket line. If you cross that, then the Imperials will blow you out. I know a particularly fast and somewhat efficient ship that can take you down to the planet's surface, grab what you need to get, and get off there. It's got a little bit of hold space. It should be able to do you well. Now, in terms of pay, including finding a ship to take you to the edge of the system, I can probably manage the entire thing for 10,000 Imperials each way.
Okay. I hate to do it, but it cut out on me again. The entire
Same
thing,
here.
like
The
it's
moment you
just snapping
started
out.
talking.
10,000
Yeah.
Imperials.
Should we
Fairly
start the
certain
call or what we need to
is
do?
a heretic."
10,000 Imperials each way. He knows a ship that can get you on and off the planet, and he can find you a trader that can get you to the edge of the system.
I
how
assume
much?
my line of
EE,
credit
how
is
much
good
is
for
a
that.
bar of gold?
Probably 1,000.
Could you wiggle it down to 7,500?
You see, I'd like to, but Ixion is a particularly out-of-the-way place, and let's just say that the penalty for even knowing about the fact that Ixion is more than just a dead world would be worth more than they hide.
Fair enough. All right. Out of character, do I have a line of credit that could hit those numbers? Like, is that something the Inquisition would care about?
The Inquisitor would probably want to know exactly why you're using that much credit. You could certainly get enough credit for a down payment without too much hassle. Like, if you just drop like 500 here or there, you're going to be fine. If you drop 10,000, you'll be asked questions, but you could maybe manage it.
See, my problem is that I have no reference for the currency. Like, am I dropping like millions of dollars like in real world money right now?
You're dropping like maybe 50 grand. Maybe a bit more than that.
But we're talking about, we're protecting a quarantine world here. Surely the Inquisitor will understand. You don't want things
Don't
on the
worry,
planet
we're-
getting off. What's 50
We're paying
grand?
a heretic. We'll kill him later and get it back.
Exactly.
That's the spirit.
I extend my hand across the table and I say, well, it sounds like the deal is amicable. If you're willing, I'm willing.
And
Very
before anything else, I'm interested in what this other fighting arena you have. Sounds fun.
He looks you up and down. Garrett, you look a bit more like hide muscle in this situation. Cassius, you look about the right clientele. Well, you see, certain more refined tastes on this planet, sometimes they go for certain rarer breeds and predators who can, actually match the metal of some of the more augmented pit fighters. Particularly the best of the best pit fighters. You see, when the nobles here have their fighting pits, they don't really want just, another human versus another human or another human versus a bobcat. They kind of want to be able to see some of the more vicious predators in the entire Imperium going up against one of their best fighters.
Damn, what would a beast like that run?
Probably about 10,000 thrones each way.
I turn and look at my hired muscle with a look that says, shh. And then I turn back around. I'm like, so when would you like the down payment on this deal?
Well, since you seem so ready and upfront, I can have a talk with my contact when they get here in 3 days. They should be getting in on board one of the ships porting soon, and I can ask them. If
Good.
they seem able to take the job then, 10,000 Imperials up front, and when they port again, another 10,000 Imperials to get your cargo off.
Done. Sounds like a deal to me. I spit on my hand and I shake.
Squelch. And the deal is struck. Where can I catch you? And what's your name again?
My name is Drake. You can find me at the Emperor's Faith.
Yes, Garrett?
Out of character question. The guy who's speaking with us right now, is this Nichols or is this one of the other guys?
Nichols.
Okay.
Nice doing business with you, Drake. And your friend here.
Aaron.
Nice to meet you, Aaron. Interesting army you got there.
Yeah, it's nice. It's tough.
Well, if you don't mind, I've got a few bit more clients to see, so I'll be catching up with you soon at the Emperor's Faith.
Sure. I'll leave you to it. I look forward to hearing from you in a few days.
I'll catch you then.
And I stand up and excuse myself.
Okay.
I'm gonna catch a few more glimpses of the cat fight on the way out.
The last pit fighter has lost most of his left arm, but has managed to win. Having managed to sort of handspring over the back, which he lost his arm during because the cat was reasonably faster than he expected and managed to rip off his lower arm. However, he did manage to drive one of the side spurs in his other hand into the neck, and it lies defeated on the floor.
I murmur something about no guts, no glory, I suppose.
Okay.
This is what happened when men do not have a real war on their hands.
Anything for money, I suppose. Nothing surprises me. I mean, look what we're doing. And so I guess we head back to the Chroniclarium.
Okay.
Arium.
You get there and you see Carolinus and Branda like quickly cross-referencing things. There's like bits of string between different bits of parchment and data slates all sort of stapled up together next to each other. Caffeine-induced sort of fever in their eyes. Empty cups of like recap in front of them.
You guys have been busy.
Did we told them about the names yet?
No.
We haven't seen them yet since then.
We found some leads.
Did you now?
We've got some names, including one of the armsmen here.
So what seems to be pertinent?
We're setting up a meeting. At least that's the plan between our armsman friend and him. See if we can get some information out.
What's the name of the contact?
I don't remember. What is it?
Kizak.
Kazak.
Okay, and what information are we wanting to glean from Kazak?
Is he... Well, his role, was he on the ship at some point, or
He's
was it
one of the
dealings with
people.
Nickel?
He's one of the people that Nichols pays off.
Branda seems to
on the
be
ship.
floundering a little bit. I
Too
turn
much
about.
recap.
I haven't slept in 3 days.
Zach is one of 4 who seem to operate paid for by Nichols. Is it Nichols or Nickel? Sorry, I've been having trouble
Nichols.
hearing. Nichols. Nichols pays these 4 presumably to look the other way. One of them is a guardsman. I have no idea who the others are, but this trail of money leads back to the ship.
Well, then I've got good news. The ship is coming to pick us up in 3 days.
There's going to be something big and scary on board.
Us up
What was that?
to elaborate.
We found some kind of underground fighting thing, and we saw some weird stuff going on down there. And this ship has been used to ferry in creatures from these quarantine worlds, these dead worlds, to fight against people, augmented people. And people were paying
From
to
Ixion?
watch this. Yeah, from Ixion.
But it's a dead world. There shouldn't be anything alive down there to fight with.
Apparently
Apparently
only
there
the
is.
meanest stuff survived. our dear friend Nichols was there, and I've personally crossed off a deal where he thinks we're going to charter the Tigress to go to Ichthian and pick up some of these rare wares. I've already contracted the down payment and we've made the agreement. Now we just need to decide on what we want to do.
Cassius, Garrett, Carolinus, please make fellowship scrutiny checks.
Fellowship scrutiny. Let's see.
No.
Okay. 3 degrees of failure, 4 degrees of failure, 3 degrees of failure, and let me roll something.
Oh no. What?
Yeah. I rolled a 0-1. Yeah. You good? Carry on.
Something tells me we've been bugged, but our characters don't know.
Whatever's on that ship could be extremely dangerous.
It's
If
true.
possible, we shouldn't allow them to deliver it. As you say, you have to be a strong creature to survive on a dead world.
Did you find any information about this? About Captain Julius Valentine? Is he involved in any way?
We have no specific documents here for him.
So who on the Emerald Tiger have you found information for?
I forget how to pronounce the name.
Daiquiri.
Daiquiri, thank you. See, it kept going through my name as Blackery.
You can just say Blackery, that's fine. That's a bit racist, but it's fine.
Emma Blackery, that's all. But I just have that name in my head because it's so close. But okay, Daiquiri. All the money seems to come from him.
Daiquiri.
Moves down through Nichols, out to the 4 others.
So we have an idea of how the money flows. How do you plan, or how do you think we can intercept Daiquiri before they set off on another flight, another mission of theirs?
As a silence begins to draw out as everyone considers the response, I look around and back to my companions. While we think on that, is this really the place to have this conversation?
Certainly not. Are you done with this information here? Have you gleaned all that there is to glean?
No.
I think so. Oh. As he says no, I
There is
say I
always more
think so, and then look at
information.
him like, oh, okay. Stupid high gothic.
There is always more information. But we can move. We should. Being here any longer will raise more suspicions that it already has.
Very well. Let's retire.
Okay. What is your plan now?
I've got to go wait at the Emperor's Faith. That's where the correspondence is going to take place, so I would assume that I go back over there.
Carolinus would follow. I'll
Okay.
impress upon the group that I do not feel that it is in any of our best interests to be separated. It
Okay.
seems that Cassius now has dealings with someone who commands some moderate amount of power.
Very well. You head back to the Emperor's Faith. You said you'd receive word after the Emerald Tigress docks. So a few days go by. Finally, the Emerald Tigress presumably is in orbit. and a little later in the day, you receive a message addressed to Drake. The message simply says, "Turns out things are a little bit more complicated than I planned. I'll try and find your alternate means, but it might take a while."
Okay.
This is
I relay the information to the group, and I say something's up. There's no reason a man like that goes back on a deal, unless something is very, very wrong.
Do you wish to go direct to the source, or should we perhaps enact the rough plan that Brandon and I came up with? Lean on our armsman friend to arrange some sort of meeting with the contact here. One of Nichols' men. Perhaps he would know.
That has to be done immediately. If they've changed the plans on us, then either they know what we're up to, like maybe something was planted on our clothes when we were meeting with Nichols. Maybe something was planted in that study room. Who knows? But yeah, let's talk with this man, Kizak. See what's up.
I agree with Garrett. In a situation like this, those men are criminals, but they're not honorless. There's a code that goes along with these sorts of things, and the deal was already done.
Whilst they're talking amongst themselves, can I use my auger array to scan for any sort of frequency or transmissions coming from places they shouldn't be?
Sure.
Okay, that would be a tech use.
Yes. 68, target 42. Nope. Yeah, you don't really detect anything. There is a lot of chitter chatter going along with a lot of radio transmissions on. It's very hard to detect anything. You can't really pick anything up. Okay. You do, however, get another message an hour later. I've talked with my contact aboard one of the ships that docked today. It appears that there have been unforeseen complications. If you want to meet up to discuss possible alternatives, we can always do that, although bear in mind it will take a little while longer to actually find another suitable vessel. However, if you would like to meet up today, I can meet you up at the same place we met before. I'll make sure that one of my contacts is there so that we can be able to go over business plans in detail.
I look towards the rest of the group, and I say, and this is how it goes down. I would virtually assure you there's a trap there of some kind. First the plan changes, and now he wants to meet on his turf. I don't trust it. So we've got two options. We can either walk into the trap, knowing it's a trap, heavier armed and ready to go, and just assuming that something's going to go wrong here, or we can ignore it entirely and run down another line of inquiry. But I'll remind you that Kazakh does work for Nichols, so in any case, he's more than likely already been appraised. If we try to make a meeting with him now, his boss has already met with me, therefore...
I do not wish to meet with him. The plan, if I might interject, is to have his comrade draw him out. Some ruse, go for a drink, whatever. We're there waiting when he arrives. His comrade leaves.
Sounds like a plan to me.
He won't be going back to Nichols. Or at least...
I think we need to give Nichols some type of information. Tell him that we'll meet him in 2 days' time to discuss future plan. There's no rush since we can't get the ship today.
Well, it leaves soon, doesn't it? What is it? Like a week or something?
The ship's only just docked. You don't know how long it's planned to stay yet.
Okay. So we
Brandon,
potentially have
you could
time.
ask around. The crew will be taking some leave. It might be an opportunity for you to make connections.
Yeah, I'll look into that.
I think the immediate concern is to get our armsman friend to talk with Kizak as soon as possible.
Agreed.
In the meantime, I draft a letter that's going to go back to Nichols. And I said, in light of the plan changing, I unfortunately have to inconvenience you from my end as well. We won't be able to make a meeting for at least 72 hours while we redraw the plan from our end as well.
Okay. You send that off by courier. Sure.
Cassius, I take it you have a means to contact our armsman friends?
I do.
Have one of them visit. Perhaps not here. Too many people have seen our faces here. Somewhere else.
Sure.
No doubt he will know of a bar or somewhere that he should be able to get this fellow, if he is amicable, to go with him. Promise of free booze. Some debt owed. Whatever it takes. Find out where it is. The rest of us will meet you there. And then we wait.
All right. I relay that message to the armsmen that we're in need of.
You buzz his comm. There is no response.
It would seem that our friend has gone offline.
Doesn't bode well.
Doesn't bode well at all.
Do you have details on his place of residence?
I've only got his badge number and his name.
We could start at the can't remember what it's called. I just call it the library in my head.
Chronicalarium.
That's the one. The Chronicalarium. Could start there. Perhaps they know something.
Perhaps you could pay another visit to your favorite scribe.
Good old Valoran. I remember Valoran. He's that guy that likes blinking green lights. He likes to argue about them.
If our contact is not available, what should we do while the ship is docked? What if the ship leaves tonight?
I'm of the
Brandon.
opinion...
If I can find some of the crewmen, I can work out what their plans are, perhaps.
That would be helpful, yes.
I can start looking. See if I can find anything.
Please do.
Perhaps Cassius can help you in asking around, seeing where crewmen from recently docked trade vessels tend to linger, and then you can pay a visit.
Sure. I make inquiries as to the location of the Emerald Tigress, I guess, was the ship that came into dock, or was it a different one?
The Emerald
Yes, I-
Tigress. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to ask about where a crew such as the crew from the Emerald Tigress would go to drink or blow off steam, I guess, after a day's work.
Sure.
No more 100.
Shit, I'd be happy if I rolled anything. Nah, I still
16 to
failed.
45. You failed, but only just. You don't know exactly where the crew would be. However, the captain has a bit of a famous reputation for throwing quite a lot of money about, being effectively nouveau riche. And you do find that should you want to find Captain Julius Horatio Argo Ren Valentine I, then Captain Julius can be found at one of the more upper-class drinking establishments, the Gentleman's Cane.
Okay.
Sounds like a night for Cassius.
Yes. Well, Branda, perhaps you can ask about the docks, if it suits you. But Cassius, it seems that you have an appointment. Certainly
Sure.
no place for one of my order. And I don't believe Branda or Garrett would fit in.
What information am I looking to glean while I'm there from the... It was the captain we said was there?
Yes.
Difficult to say. We must tread lightly with this one. Friends of the Inquisitor cannot be easily bullied.
Very well.
If we're lucky,
If you
he's on our side
if
and knows nothing of the cargo, but can find out.
Carolinas and Brander, you said you found no information about the captain being involved in any way so far. Is that right?
Only that the information, the trail of credit, ended before reaching the captain.
Then
But I find it difficult to imagine that a captain would be unknowing of illegal cargo moving on his ship.
especially if the world is off limits.
Indeed. You can't
Perhaps.
easily navigate to a restricted area.
Perhaps simply ask him where we could find P.O. Daiquiri instead of engaging him in too detailed a conversation. We don't want to get on his bad side.
Okay. Well, with that, I head off to the Gentleman's Cane.
Okay. You get there, and out front is a very nice part of town. This place, there's not really any signs of rust. I mean, the traffic lights all work. There are overhead cables that haven't been ripped and taken down for their wire. This part of town is quite nice. The people definitely a different class here, with clothing actually well fitted and tailored, certain shine to many of them. A lot of them have portable sort of hollow projectors. Some of them even have null fields, so you can't really see or hear into any of the bubbles that are going on. Many of them have servants walking around with umbrellas to them as the sort of rain pours down. And you get to the front of the Gentleman's Cane, and out front is a well-dressed sort of butler, effectively. Can I help you, sir?
Yes, I'm looking for a gentleman named Julius. I meant to talk with him here today, and also maybe order a few drinks.
Do you have prearranged business with him, sir?
Unfortunately, no. This will be unannounced due to circumstance.
Very well. Entry will be charged to a credit.
Sure, I hand it over.
Good. You did the correct thing and not asking how much it was. And he hands it back. Very well. If you would like to go inside, I'll inquire as to whether he's free or not.
Thank you, sir.
I notice
And
he
then I walk in.
pulls up a little globe, and it flies off indoors.
I figure I'm on company credit. There's no point asking. I'm on somebody else's dime right now. Let's go
Yep.
first class all the way.
I'm wondering, does this place give out canes to people who don't have one already?
Yeah, because
It
I'm
is called the
caneless.
Gentleman's Cane.
I'm caneless.
Sadly not. As you go in through the
Aw.
doors, however, you do feel the slight intake of air from a nozzle being directed at you, and you would be used to this going through ports and so on. It is a gene sniffer, so effectively what happens is as you're going in, it will take a gene print from you so it can compare it. And that's probably what the doorman used to go find Captain Valentine, which is why he sent up that globe to go find him indoors. You go inside, and inside is a selection of many different wealthy people, nobles, captains, different guardsmen, imperial walks of life, all of them high-ranking, powerful people, men and women, along with a variety of different bartenders and entertainers of different repute, male and female. You wander around, get yourself a drink.
Yeah, I am going to get a drink, and I'm going to take up a seat at the bar.
Okay. A few minutes later, the little orb flies over to you, goes, and then starts reeling a message, and it comes in full audio, beamed directly
Yay.
to you. So you hear this. It's kind of inside your skull. Bit of a weird sensation, but you can sort of relate. It sort of feels a bit like telepathy. Instead of inside your mind, it's resonating in your skull itself. You can almost feel your skull slightly vibrating. And let me see if I can get this right. Why, yes, my ship is totally available. If you would wish to purchase some of my duty, if you need chartering taking you anywhere, I'm sure I can abide. Feel free to meet me over at Booth B.
Okay? I head over to Booth B.
Okay, you head over to Booth B, and you see there is a man there, elegantly twirled moustache, little goatee, hair braided back along both sides into an elegant bun at the back. some sort of captain's uniform that you don't really recognize, and you imagine it's probably made up with many different medals and stars and pips and so on it. Lots of gold braiding, a big green fur cape with what appears to be, as you can see as you come from behind, a sort of slightly darker green in the sort of shape of a large tiger going down it. Flanking him on both sides are two of the entertainers, one of them male, one of them female, and he's talking to them, whispering to them. He goes, it looks like my business partner's arrived. If you can excuse me, thank you. And they walk off, and you sit down.
Yes.
It's lovely to meet you. What is your name?
My name is Drake, and I extend my hand.
Lovely to meet you, Drake. I, of course, am Captain Julius Horatio Argo Ren Valentine I. It's lovely to meet you.
That's quite a name to carry around with you. Is it heavy? Does it hurt your back?
Oh, only occasionally, but I can have people for that. So, how can I help?
Well, I've come to understand you're a man that is available to get things done. I've heard that you're a captain of some great skill, and also your crew has that skill as well, and so I wish to speak with you about the movement of cargo throughout the system.
Well, this is unusual. Normally it's I who does the sale pitch. Yes.
So
what do I
you're already
need to
half
do to
there.
earn such
I'm
flattery?
selling to you.
Very well. What sort of cargo do you want to move around?
It will be live cargo. My intent is to perhaps go some places that I'm not supposed to go and bring back some things that perhaps I'm not supposed to be bringing back.
Okay. Now, just bear in mind that I can't go into anywhere illegal or whatever. I cannot cross any of the lines, etc. I have my business to think of, I'm afraid.
Of course you do. And I would handle this myself. I had a ship that I chartered myself. Unfortunately, my crew was running some racketeering scam underneath me, and unfortunately everything's been disbanded and taken from me. And so obviously I find myself in a strange situation of needing to get things done, and yet not quite having all of the dots and tittles taken care of to have it finished off. And so anyways, that's why I find myself drinking in this place talking to you.
Very well. Where do you need to go? I honestly don't want to really ask you anymore about your cargo. I feel I have got more information than I really need so far about that. Where are you looking to
Tell me
travel
about
to?
the Ichthian system.
Dead world, blockaded by the military. I'm afraid I can't go much further than the borders of the system itself.
How penetrable do you think that blockade is? What are one's chances of running it? I'm not suggesting that you do it. This is simply conjecture between interested parties.
Okay, make a deceive roll.
Sure.
Oh, no.
The second I have to roll, I'm just like, doomed. Today has not been the day for
You're
this.
not allowed to roll in this game.
And
We
I have
always
all my
pass.
points in deceive, and I failed every one today so far.
There you go. Yes.
I rolled a 13. I needed a 55. You rolled a 16. You needed a 55.
So they're the same degrees of success.
Which, if they are the same degree of success, you roll
The
again.
defender wins. Oh.
Oh, really? We do?
Defender wins. Yes, it's sort of the status quo remains, so he remains guarded. However, that is not something I would particularly know about. I do not tend to run Imperial blockades. Should you wish to enter the Ichthian system, all most I could do would be sit at the edge of the solar system and not do any more much, I'm afraid. Should you leave past the blockade, I don't see any reason why I shouldn't then take you on passage somewhere else, but as for landing on the system yourself, that is something a little bit beyond my pale.
Sure. Do you know anyone that takes that kind of work? Or anyone that would be interested in such a dangerous mission? Obviously, I have the coin to make it happen. It's just a matter of finding the right willing spirits.
Well, I did recently, which is interesting now you ask, have a crew in a ship who wanted to get in and out the Ixian system. The Midnight Runner.
Okay.
Small craft. No more than a cutter, really. Went into the Ixian system, came out the Ixian system. Flew them over to Roch. They went down. Presumably never came back up. We waited around past the deadline and no sign of them. We got on our way.
All right, then. Well, I'm already here. Shall we drink?
That sounds like an excellent idea. Janine, yes. Another 2 of what my friend's having. And another one for me, thank you. Yes. So, who exactly are you?
How do you mean? We've already made our acquaintance. I keep a smile on my face when I ask.
Well, what do you do? Why do you want to go to somewhere like Ixian?
I'll put it like this, because it is a legitimate question. Quite frankly, I'm bored. My entire life has been spent servants, money, lavish meals, and that sort of thing. I'm a duelist second to none, trained by some of the best masters there are. However, I need adventure in my life. I need to get out there and do something. I feel as though I've been riding on the coattails of my father and his ancestors for too long. I just want to experience the universe, and I want it to be powerful, and I want it to be exhilarating. None of this humdrum warp travel and that sort of thing. I want to do something on the fringe.
Make a charm test with a +10.
Sure. I'm actually going to fate that to auto-pass it.
Okay. Sure, you automatically pass with 4 degrees success?
Yes.
Right.
You have to announce that ahead of rolling.
I failed my roll, so yeah, you automatically succeed with 4 degrees success. Effectively, the night devolves into a few drinks. He basically says that he very much agrees with you. He does, however, pull you up on the being a duelist second to none. He actually shows you his power saber that he's got. Checked in at the front desk and shows you its fine embroidery and engravings on the hilt. Shows you sort of the very fine artistry. Do you show him yours?
Sure.
He does mention that he knows the blades from your planet, and he thinks very highly of them, etc. Although, while he recognizes a good craftsmanship in your blade, it is unfortunately not a particular power weapon. It's not even mono.
No, it's mono.
It is mono.
I requisitioned it after the first, after the Forge World.
Oh yeah, I forgot that you did that.
They made it mono and they inscribed Anna Maria on the side of it.
In which case, he would compliment that. That is very fine work. And you get talking, etc. Basically, you become acquaintances, let's say. He certainly appreciates your tastes and your sense of a sort of a bohemian lifestyle. Space bohemian lifestyle.
We boho it up. That's how we do.
Oh, yeah.
Us and our fur coats.
I assume you have quite a few drinks because he is trying to have both of you have effectively a drinking contest going on.
Oh, yeah, we're having a night of it.
Okay. You have 4 degrees of fatigue from being drunk.
Okay.
After quite a nice night, he bids you adieu and heads back.
And as he's leaving, I ask him, should I need to find you again? Tonight was quite the roaring success. If we wanted to have a go of it again, where could I find you?
Oh, well, should you need to find me, feel free to contact my ship. I'm sure they'll get a message to me. It's the Emerald Tigress. We're on orbit right now. We should be for a little while.
Thank you.
Don't worry about it.
I accept the information.
Alternatively, I do have a suite upstairs if you want to contact me here, although I do tend to change around where I'm staying quite a bit.
Sure, obviously. You can't get used to the same surroundings for too long. There are appearances after all.
And we all know about appearances, don't we?
Absolutely.
Janine, Frederick, come join me. And he heads upstairs.
All right. I head back to my companions.
Okay. Caroline is quite early at this point. It's sort of 4 a.m. almost. Caroline, Brenda, Garrett, if you could make me perception tests with a -20. You will not get the bonus from your augur array or other mechanical things. This is just biological perception. Mechadendrite, yeah, you don't get that for this one.
Just perception, is it?
Yeah, just perception.
What's the modifier
so
again?
close.
I can't remember.
-20.
-20.
So close, Aavak.
Yeah, if I'd had my Mechadendrite, that would have been a pass.
Yeah.
Just some tough tests.
Cassius.
Hmm?
When you walk up into the corridor towards your room, a little bit staggering sideways, you notice all your doors are open.
Like all the doors to our rooms are open?
All your 4 doors are open.
I get up on my bead and I ask, why are the doors open?
And you notice...
What doors?
Make a fellowship scrutiny roll. Bear in mind that you've got 4 levels of fatigue. Your fellowship, I believe, is counted as half for the purpose of this roll. I believe it's equal, not exceeds your fellowship bonus for fatigue, isn't it?
I don't know. I don't remember any of the fatigue rules.
Okay, let me just quickly double check right now. I have the rulebook right in front of me. So, combat, find, fatigue.
We all did.
Really hoping I'm not in that room. Because the alternative is probably being kidnapped.
Fatigue, here we go.
Sometimes you get kidnapped.
A fatigue characteristic, blah, 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 blah. Any characteristic with a bonus lower than the... You're fine. It's only when the bonus of the characteristics is lower than your fatigue level. So anything with a bonus of 3 or less is counted as a half. So a
So
fellowship
explain that
scrutiny-
one more time.
Okay, so your fatigue is 3.
Mhm.
Anything characteristic whose bonus is a 3 or lower, so anything that's 30s, 20s, 10s, you halve that characteristic until you get your fatigue off. However,
Okay.
because fellowship is a 40, you're fine.
Okay.
So, yeah, just make a normal fellowship scrutiny roll.
Come on, you can do it.
I'm not going to make this roll. I'm just letting you know my scrutiny's terrible.
Yeah, there's a guy standing in the hallway who's just kind of seems engrossed in his comlink and stuff, kind of staggering side to side. He's had a good night out as well. Further down, there
Okay.
seems to be an unattended maid's cart just sitting on the edge that looks like it needs to be refilled. But other than that, you're kind of a little bit wary that the 4 doors are open.
Yeah, seeing this, I cast Invigorate on myself to remove my fatigue.
Okay.
And hopefully I don't tear open the Veil of the Warp. I still got 1 fate left, though, this time, so I'm not doing this super stupid.
You're gonna
Okay.
kill everyone.
Demons
I gotta
appear,
find them.
murder everyone.
It's all going to be fine.
Yeah, so you failed that screening roll by quite a few degrees of success for people listening to the MP3.
Yeah. Alright, so with Invigorate... Okay, I just passed.
Brander, where are we?
Don't know.
You're dreaming.
Okay, so I'm going to try and cast
dear.
Invigorate at Psi rating 2.
Okay.
That gives me... How is the Veil here?
Normal.
Normal, okay. There's a
I
chance.
guess he didn't get a response when he micro-beaded.
Yeah, did anybody else hear my broadcast?
I really hope we're just like a kilometer and a bit away.
There it is.
Nice! You did a thing!
Yeah,
demons.
Branda, Carolinus, Garrett, you don't have your microbeads on because you're asleep, do you? Or do you wear them when you're on? I guess you would.
I'd wear mine while asleep.
That actually fits your backstory. Yeah, okay, so Branda, you can make a perception, an awareness roll. Just straight awareness.
I lose
Right.
2 fatigue.
I did
Okay.
it.
Right.
Roll about a 31.
At this point, Branda, you wake up. You kind of heard something in your ear. And then you open your eyes and you feel suddenly very awake. Because walking into your room, brandishing a sidearm, is some guy you've never seen, looks somewhat bulky, wearing vague armsman uniform. Yeah, it's time to roll initiative. I will need to roll a new map for this, though, because I hadn't planned on this one. So let me just create a new map really quickly. Dear God, where do I keep all the maps for these things? Dear God.
Dear
The good thing
God.
is my Branda keeps all his weapons like as close to his bed as he can without like rolling over onto them in his sleep.
Yeah, your chainsaw's kind of propped by the bed, your pistol's under the pillow.
I'm just glad my fatigue's gone. That's all I care about. I'm actually effective now.
I've even got the revolver on the bedside cabinet. Or the revolver, the flintlock.
Drinking as a psyker is the best. You get to like come down whenever you want. You're just like, invigorate. I'm good. Unless you tear open the universe and kill everybody over a
Yeah,
hangover.
that sucks. That part really does suck.
That would suck to blow up a planet because you didn't want a hangover. You're like, well, it was an indiscretion.
Planets have burned for less.
Exactly.
I probably wouldn't be wearing my armor in bed.
No.
It probably wouldn't work. Oh.
Sadly not. I appreciate the effort and the honesty.
And there'll be like 10 actions to get it on.
No, you ain't putting that shit on.
Just give me a minute.
If you didn't need it against the demon, you don't need it now.
Now, who needs armor? I have the look of the Emperor with me. Or I did that one time.
And the Inquisitorial seal, which apparently makes people shit themselves and turn white.
Yeah, I think
Throw it
because
at
they're
him.
kind of like really scary. Right. Maybe we should pimp the Patreon right now while I just quickly put this map together, huh?
So yeah, after the show, we film a super special bonus feature for our patrons at the $5 tier or higher. So if you wanted to see what we spend all of our cash on and our XP and stuff like that, and then we shoot the shit and we talk about what we liked and didn't like and all that kind of stuff about the show, and generally just dick around and get all
Wait,
off
you're
subject
saying
and
you
whatnot.
didn't like things about the show?
Huh?
Wait,
I
you
don't like
didn't-
that you're calling me out in the middle of my pitch, EE. That's what I don't like.
Heresy!
Well, now I don't want to pimp it anymore, so you do it. Made me feel bad about my pitch. No, but you can go to patreon.com/roll4it, and everything at the Acolyte tier or higher, you get the bonus content. In addition, we just got a Discord server set up, which I'm on right now. We are on the Discord. Well, I'm on the Discord right this second.
I logged
Oh, yeah,
off
you have to
people
add me to
log
that
in.
after the show.
because bandwidth.
Yeah, talking about it, just hanging out. There's like 25 people in right now, just chilling, talking about the show.
Oh yeah, I want to see what people are talking about. Actually, I'm going to pop on afterwards.
They're talking about you.
Oh
They're wondering where
man.
your Eevee suit is.
Oh my. Well, I was gonna, but it's pretty warm actually in here. I have to close the windows and then computer's running and it's. I'd be wearing an evening suit. Right. I have a lovely set of bedrooms and stuff.
Awesome.
Let me bring you all over and dump some people in. Right.
Don't you start, Splat.
When I start what?
Yawning is heresy.
Oh, sorry. I caught some kind of like thing the last week or two. I've been so sleepy all the time. Like I don't even know what it is.
Oh man,
Like-
I caught that recently as well.
Yeah, like a week ago, like it's no matter how much I sleep, I'm still exhausted and like my throat feels weird. That's all gone, but the sleepiness still exists where it's like I sleep all night and then I'm just like, ooh. I've like never
They throw
fallen
some
asleep in
graphics.
random places as much as I have like the last couple days.
Right.
You're going to become an insomniac. Or what's the other one? A narcoleptic.
Yep. Did you use the things that I found? The little icons?
Not yet. I haven't needed them. Eventually.
Well then.
I have the initiative.
We can use it.
It's 10, and not like the worst I could get this time.
Should we all roll, or is this just for Garrett? I mean, is this just for Brander? Because he woke
if
up.
you're asleep, you cannot roll initiative. I'm just saying.
It's me on my own. Oh no.
All
Both me
by
and Cassius.
myself. Don't
I didn't do
wanna
too
be.
bad.
Right. Time for me to roll initiative. I also need to find where my stats are, and I'll bring the map up for those of you at home in a moment. Do not worry. Do not fear. The map is here.
Oh, this is an excellent map, by the way.
Yeah, totally not reused from anywhere.
I wasn't gonna say it, but I do remember a specific incident on this map where a troll was lying on some stairs getting stabbed at by somebody.
I mean, it
Someone
Someone
happens.
was being choked out by a cloud.
Yeah, that was funny though.
I remember rigging a grenade to the stairs and then realizing that there was children running around and figuring that was probably a bad idea. And paying small children to put themselves in the line of harm so that we would know if the enemy had pulled up outside. We had little kid snitches.
Oh, wait, that should be initiative. Right.
Because we're in quite a busy area, so the chainsaw is going to make so much noise, but then they have guns, so maybe it doesn't matter.
I hope they're not like brutal ass bolt guns or anything.
Can a normal man carry a bolt gun?
They have
If it's
normal
meant-
human
Things are
sized
insane.
bolters.
Yeah, if it's meant for a normal human. Okay.
Rapid fire rocket launchers.
Takes unknown action. Brander, you're up.
Alright, well, first of all, I'm going to shout, like, into the bead. Like, we're under attack! And then I'm going to... I don't know how many actions it will take to, like, get up and have, like, the pistol. That's under the pillow, so I guess that's the easiest thing to grab.
Pirates on the poop deck.
Do you have
Basically, how much
leap-
did, like, jump out of the bed?
What's the prone rule? Like, how long does it take you to get up from prone?
It takes
That's
your
what I would
half
use.
action, and it also takes your full action to get a non-readied weapon.
Would it be half because I've got quick draw?
It is half because you've got quick draw. So half action, you draw the pistol out really quick from under the pillow. Half action, you leap up. You're now
You
standing on
can't
top of
shoot
your bed.
from prone? Come on.
I guess I could shoot from the bed. Does that
That's
work?
true.
Yeah,
You
you
can
can
lay
shoot from
back
prone.
and you can shoot him like a lazy boy.
Just
Yeah, alright.
okay.
So, like, what the...
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
okay,
count point
this
blank.
Plus, if you're laying down, he gets minuses because you're prone.
So what weapon is this you're firing?
Actually.
This is the stub automatic.
Okay, are you firing that single or semi-auto?
Oh, unload on this guy.
Yeah, let's try semi-auto. What is that?
For every 2 degrees success
Nice.
over the first, you get an additional hit. So you don't get the plus 10 because that's only for singles, so it's just a plus 0. You get a plus 30 for point blank, however. And this guy
Oh.
is surprised by how quickly you acted. So I'm going to give you another plus 10.
Okay.
Till it goes
like
click,
this.
Brander. Till it goes click.
Oh.
Okay, so you
I
got
was
a
tempted to fake that,
60
but it is a success still, so...
You got a 63
I mean-
and an 86, which is 3 degrees success. You hit him once. You hit him twice. You hit him in, I believe that is the body, followed by the arm, I think I'll have to double check those, but it doesn't really matter. You hit him in the body and then the arm.
How do you
Roll
quantify
damage
the
twice.
second hit?
Yes, you rolled damage twice. 9 and 9.
9 and 9.
Wow, okay. Let me look at my character sheet. He is currently not wearing his armsman armor.
Lazy
so
armsman.
He's wearing
How much ammo does that use?
You fire... What does it say in the semi-auto brackets?
3, I guess.
He uses 3 bullets.
That's what it is. Right. Expensive. And hit him with 2, I can't complain.
Yeah, you
True.
hit him in the torso. It penetrates through the thin flak jacket he's wearing, knocks him back. You hit him in the arm, and this one tears most of the arm off as the bullet rips through the shoulder joint. He wheels backwards and just collapses behind the bed.
Damn! You wasted his ass.
How loud was
still
that
alive?
weapon?
Yeah, how loud was that? Did anyone wake up?
Carolinus, Garrett, make perception rolls. Again, with no bonuses for augury, etc. But this time, you know, plus 10. Actually, make it a plus 30. So in hindsight, add 20 to your roll. Which Garrett does wake you up. And for Drakul, it does wake you up as well. You're both woken up. So feel free to add yourselves to the initiative tracker.
We add our agility modifier to this, huh?
Agility
Is that
bonus,
right?
yes.
You wake up to the sound of
What's that
death
one?
and fury.
It's actually kind of fitting that we roll so poorly,
Yep.
considering we woke up so, like,
Okay, Cassius, you hear gunshots from one of your friends' rooms.
Okay, looking down the hallway right there, is that guy facing me or facing the other direction?
He's just noticed you, and now that you're suddenly not fatigued anymore, you notice that he's reaching for something in a holster.
Okay, so I draw my sword and I two-step around the corner over to here.
Okay. That makes it Arslan. Damn. This guy's going to step to here. And he's going to draw. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
That's not armsman. That's Nichols.
Oh, he hasn't gone yet. Whoops. I forgot it's on a different initiative. Okay, Garrett, you see the armsman next to you cleave down with an axe on you.
Ah!
Right, I need to select you. Characteristic is 30. Modifiers, you are prone in combat. Plus 30, I believe. Plus a single attack, plus 10. 88, needed a 70. He does, however, miss as you bleary-eyed sort of wake up and go, what was that? Toosh, straight behind you into the pillow. It would be feathers, but this is a low-class establishment. Bits of recycled sawdust poof, into the air behind you. Against
It's
Carolinus,
an IKEA
however.
massacre.
The guy versus Carolinus.
That
So what do I
Ingvar
see when
dresser
I
will
open
never be
my
the same
eyes?
again.
what is it that I see when I open my eyes?
It is someone in ragtag, sort of boiler uniform kind of thing.
Is he armed and bearing down on me?
He is armed with a knife,
Then my
and he goes
reaction
to stab you.
is to attack him with my Medicaid Mechadendrite.
You can only do that when it's not him attacking. You have to do that between someone's turn. Unless it's a reaction that allows you to dodge an attack. But yeah, you can do
Can
that.
I use my reaction?
Not
Isn't
during
that
his
what a
turn.
reaction term is?
No, reactions
Oh, right.
take place outside of your turn, but you can't say, someone's else attacking me, I'm going to stop by attacking them first. You have to take a dodge or a parry. You can attack at some other point. He
Should I
stabs you in
know
the torso.
What my character could see when he woke up then.
Yeah. So he leans over you and it stabs you in the torso with a knife. This knife does relatively well, actually. Enough degree of success that he can basically pick the damage.
Okay.
He is going to pick it to not be a 1, which he rolled. So it is 8 with a penetration of 2 to your torso. Does that do no damage?
What did he roll?
8 damage, penetration 2.
No, but what was his attack roll?
24?
24.
So that meant he hit my... Oh, did he call a shot or something?
42, inverted. Body.
Oh, 42. Yeah, yeah. I'm not wearing my armor, which is...
Good point, yeah.
+4. So I need to take 4 off that. He does... How much damage, sorry?
8 pen 2, so he does 4 damage to you. Because he ignores your subdermal armor, because that's 2 armor. Yeah. So you take 4 damage in terms of wounds.
Okay.
As the knife sticks into your chest a little bit, and he yanks it back out, blood streaming from the knife.
Squirt, 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 squirt.
We need some like red confetti for this.
Indeed.
But then I gotta clean up red confetti after every single session.
Actually,
You have a dog.
I'm just going to say that's probably actually incorrect. You should just take 2 wounds. Because I'm not sure how the rules say it. If you get enough degrees of success, you can instead replace the roll with the number of degrees of success. Or you can replace the number rolled. Because a d5 is technically half the number rolled.
Right.
So I'm going to say that it is half the number rolled. So a 6 halved. Because it's a d10 half for d5. So that should be a 3. Right. So that'd be 2 less damage to you.
Okay.
Just a point of...
Can I make the reaction attack now?
Yes, you can now make your reaction attack.
Can you do that when prone?
Yeah. You just suffer a negative to hit.
What's the modifier?
But it's minus 20.
Sorry, what was that?
Minus 20.
Minus 20.
You got this.
Oh, I most certainly do not.
Do you want to wait until you stand up? Okay. Yeah.
It was close.
83 needed a 7. No, the Mechadendrite actually spears through the lampshade nearby and starts waving that around.
He partied too hard. He's got a lampshade on his head.
Yeah.
He's a party dendrite. The Michelangelo of dendrites.
Garrett.
Holy crap. I'm gonna find my las pistol as fast as possible. Where is this damn thing? I think I left it somewhere near the bed. Can I find it? Yeah,
it's on your nightstand. You can just pick it up.
Pick it up.
You do not have quick draw though, do you?
No, that's a full turn.
Full turn. Carolinus.
I will draw my hand cannon from the nearby bedstand.
Okay, that'll be a full turn.
Completely forgot to say that I got out of bed to do that. On the opposite side of this.
You can't. That would involve a move or a get up, both of which take half actions.
I have leap up, standing as a free action, standing from prone.
There you go. You stand to the side of the bed.
I did a thing for free.
Actually, yeah. Actually, on my turn, I'd prefer to get up rather than pick up the thing. So that leaves me with a half action.
That leaves you half action move.
But I can make a melee attack in a half action, can I not?
Yes, you can.
I shall... Oh, let me just double check that.
You can.
So I'm not sure... Can I use my Medicaid Mechadendrite?
Yeah.
As an attack? Oh, okay. Fair enough.
I think so.
Right. Is there any negative to that? Now that I'm stood?
You get a +10 because it's a single attack.
Okay.
And actually, if you're standing on your bed, that gives you high ground. Which gives you another +10.
Right. It'll be an interesting one.
85 need a
Still terrible. Though.
Sadly, no. The lampshade kind of bounces off the side of this armsman. Right. Brings us to the top of the round. Nichols. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
The hell's he have bionic legs or some shit?
Good
Actually,
God.
no, he's going to go up here. It's a run action. There we go.
I can run that fast.
It's not
He's up
particularly
there.
hard run action. It's only 80
Cassius
meters.
is over there with 2 movement.
I don't get around anywhere. If you need me to be somewhere and I'm not near the enemy, I am hosed.
Brando,
Like,
you're
I
up.
just stand there.
All right, I'll jump out of the bed and grab my chainsword.
Okay,
my
half action to
non-dominant
get up.
hand.
You can't grab the chainsaw as well. It's a full action.
But quick draw.
Oh, yeah, half action. You grab the chainsaw. I keep forgetting you've got that. Half
Always
action.
quick draw.
Ha,
It's
half
the
action.
best thing.
Chainsaw is now up.
2 seconds into combat and I'm just bristling with weapons.
Chainsaw is now on. Okay. That brings us to Cassius. Technically, you can see the armsman. He is behind cover, so you can see his head and arm.
Okay. I suppose from where I'm at, I will half action take cover.
You don't need to take cover in this game, I think. Shadowrun, you did. This one you
I just
don't.
need to point out that this particular positioning, Cassius would have a flank on that dude in XCOM because of bullshit real rules.
Yep.
Because that's how life works. Enjoy your yellow icon, you Xeno bastard.
Indeed.
It doesn't matter though, because I'll get minimum damage and it won't kill you, so fuck it.
Alright, what you gonna do?
I'm going to cast Smite at him, I guess.
Okay, bring on the smite.
And it's going to be at... let's go Force 1. I don't want to blow up the universe right now.
No balls.
You don't blow up the universe. Okay, that's one hit.
It's like a silent cheer in his head every time he doesn't destroy the universe.
To the right.
I know, it's a terrifying... It's so much responsibility. Like, every time we do anything, I've just got to balance in the fact that I might kill us all instantly at any given moment. It hasn't happened yet, which is nice. I mean... What are you going to
Maybe some
do?
point
That
mid-battle.
is, however, to the right arm, which is behind cover. His left arm is the one that's exposed because of the way that he's leaning.
Okay.
So roll for damage. Righteous Fury!
12, 10, 4.
Holy crap!
Wow.
And do you remember the rule about Righteous Fury?
No.
If it does any damage,
Lay it on us.
he takes critical damage. If he takes any critical damage, he dies. It's temporary critical damage, but it's still critical damage. However, he is behind a thin plasterboard wall. He is a toughness that does do critical damage.
Yay.
Hey.
IKEA
this
walls cannot hold
bolt
back the
of
fury.
like white lightning arcs over to the wall, hits one of the like light switches on the outside, arcs through the electrical subsystem to the other side of the wall, shocks him in the arm, knocks him spinning back because his arm just completely burned off into a black husk of ash.
Oh, I'm glad I'm in a different room. God.
Okay,
He's
before the
dead.
guardsman.
Stupid bastard.
EE, we need some kind of corpse icon that we can use. Just put,
Yeah,
there's a
like
dead guy.
bloody
there's a
dead corpses.
Guy. Yeah.
Laying around.
I don't remember what the guardsman's initiative was at, but when you took one of them away, it deleted
It was
them off
7.
the initiative tracker.
Yeah, I'll put
it
him
was
back
It was 7. Yeah.
Am I able to use my reaction before the guardsman move?
on. Sure, go for it. Oh, I rolled a 7. Sweet.
Yeah, nice. What are the modifiers? Is it still plus 20 because I'm on the bed? and
Yep.
It's a single hit.
Oh,
I just get these horrible rolls.
In fact, at
I'm
this
gonna
point,
fight that
you
one.
like managed.
I'm gonna fate it.
Okay.
rolls are so bad today.
I'm gonna fate it. I know
On
the
the-
rolls have been just garbage all day.
But on the plus side, they've been so shit that we haven't burned fate on them because we know it's going to fail. anyway.
95 re-rolled
Still
to an
terrible.
87. You needed a 47. Still terrible. At this point, you actually spear like the book of the Emperor that's actually presented in all of the rooms, like the Gideon's Bible. And you spear that onto the end of the chain blade on your medical metagenda, and you've now got these 2 things hanging off of it.
Throw it
I'm
at the
gonna
guy.
beat him to death with the Book of the Emperor for being such a heretic.
Are there Gideon Bibles in England? You guys have those too?
Oh yeah.
They
Yeah.
get handed out everywhere.
They
Dude,
got Books
I've,
of Mormon now too at all the hotels.
I've seen them at hotels all over the world, man. They're everywhere.
Wow.
Right, Nichols moves up to there. Brander, that door is actually open. You can just about see Nichols leaning around. Brander, you're up.
I'll aim and fire at him
Okay.
with the stub-automatic.
Are you doing a semi-auto burst?
I don't get, like, close range this time, do I, or anything?
You get short range, you don't get point blank.
Okay.
So you get plus 10. And you get plus 10 for aiming, so you get plus 20.
I'll do the semi-auto.
Okay, so you get plus 20.
What's that? Is that overall?
Do the thing.
Yes.
Alright. Ooh.
63, needed a 66. You hit with one bullet, the other two going stray. Sure, that turns out to be a 36, which is torso, which is behind cover. Roll damage.
Damage.
I'd be going automatic all the time if I
10.
had automatic weapons.
Okay, the bullet manages to go through the plasterboard of the wall, impacts into him. Ugh. But it seems like it was stopped by his sheer physical toughness or armor. Cassius.
Okay, what is it that a run action does? Is it times 3 or times 4?
Times 6.
Oh, it's times 6. I can actually get around. Okay.
A little bit.
I'm just gonna do so I can move to. I'm just gonna take it slow for right now. I'm gonna go to right there, and I assume that's not close enough for me to peek around the wall. So I'm just gonna wait from then on. I'm not gonna use the rest of my turn because I don't really have anything.
Sure. Armsman. He moves forwards to close with Garrett and swings with his axe.
Garrett, no!
No.
Right, now he's on the bed. He gets a plus 10. He has a single attack, plus 10. Let's roll for this.
Roll for it.
Roll for it. Ugh.
Can we get the fly dancers from Living Color to do that? Just say that line. Roll for it. And then dance. Boogie.
We should totally do that. 58, needed 50. He swings with the axe, and as you bend down to pick up the las pistol, into the headboard above you, rips it out. Versus Carolinus. Takes a half action to move onto the bed, so that you no longer have that
Having a
advantage.
pillow fight on the bed.
Yep, that's how it works. Actually, screw it, he's not. Half action, pulls out the last pistol in his pocket, auto pistol in his pocket as he drops the knife, and then shoots. Going to use full auto. He is in combat, not point blank.
Is full auto a half action?
Yes.
Okay.
I think
But
it's
you gotta
like
get.
any of those. You can just decide what mode it is for just a regular attack.
You gotta get dual wielding, and then you gotta go full auto with both of them, or semi-auto with both of them.
True story, man.
Be so raw.
Modifier
Like you land
minus-
27 hits.
Yeah, but then you're gonna be like Bentham, and he's gonna have 2 bullets. It's like,
Carolinus, bullets stitch around you as he goes up the headboard, up the wall, like part of the plaster shatters and falls to the ground. However, he tried to draw and fire without really taking much stock for the recoil, and the bullets mostly sort of head off into the ceiling rather than hitting you.
Thank goodness.
You do notice that one of them impacts into the Emperor's word that you've got stapled to the end of your medical unit, though.
Heresy!
Garrett, you're up.
It first. All right, I'm ahead. I'm ahead to the corner and get away from this axe wielding maniac.
If you do that, he'll get a chance to attack you.
What, are we in melee range? I thought
Yep.
he was like 2 tiles away.
No,
All
he's
right,
in
all
melee
right.
range.
I thought
All right,
he
I'm
was
just gonna-
hitting you.
I'm just gonna. Well, okay, fine. I'm just gonna aim for head, and call shot head. And you said there was like a power shot you could do with a las gun.
Yeah, so free action, you can switch it to full setting or like half setting. If you go full setting, you'll get plus 2 damage, plus 2 penetration, And your las pistol gains the unreliable and loses reliable.
And the difference between reliable and unreliable?
Reliable only jams on a natural 100. Unreliable will jam on a 91 plus.
All right.
Yeah.
Hell, let's do it. Let's go for whatever
Okay,
the
this will
massive damage
use
one is.
4 shots of ammo though. And
Okay.
it looks like Skype may have crashed.
Nope, Skype's good.
Uh-oh.
It's good for me.
Skype's fine.
Let me just check.
Is it this? Can you
Yeah.
hear us?
Yeah, no. Skype was fine. It just forced me out of the call screen. Because Skype is...
How bizarre.
Anyway, yes. So yeah, you thumb it onto that. It'll take 4 shots each time you fire it now.
Oh, fantastic. All right.
Ba-da-dow.
Called shot head. Come on, let's do it.
Okay. Plus 10 because it's a single shot. That's it.
Plus
yeah,
10
aim.
for close range, right?
No, not in combat. You don't get any bonuses for close range.
Okay.
Did you aim it?
Yes, aim and then shoot.
Okay, so that's plus 20 in total. 10 for aim, 10 for single shot. It does, however, instead...
No, I have to do this. I have to fade it.
It was a
I gotta fade it.
95, so I'm glad you've gone for the fate there, otherwise that would be a jam.
Wow.
These rolls tonight, it's just not with.
57, target
There we go.
80, that is a success. Roll
I
for your
need you to
damage.
melt a hole in a guy's face where it just hits him right there, and then there's a hole, and they just fall
that
over.
might happen. Let's find out.
Righteous Fury.
Now for the
Oh, Righteous
damage
Fury.
button, do I just type in +2?
No.
Well, when you roll damage, just add 2 to whatever it rolls. So just hit roll damage, and then just add 2 to it. So that's 13
Okay,
in total,
13.
with pen 2. He's not wearing head armor, so the pen 2 doesn't really matter. And also, that is enough damage that there's a loud... You haven't fired this last pistol on maximal setting before. It goes... And there's quite a bright flash. And there's just a small circular hole in which you can see brown, burnt flesh in an exact cylindrical line through to the end of his skull, and a little bit of daylight out the back as he collapses to the ground.
Does the vault just carry on going through like all the rooms?
It does go up into the ceiling and then is lost as it goes out the ceiling and into someone else's
You
floor.
hear in the distance, David!
Here's some fine china crashing to the floor. Damn it.
Carolina, you're up.
Okay, alright, for my turn, I am going to reach and ready the hand cannon.
Okay,
It's going to take a full action.
you've got the hand cannon.
And then before Nichols acts, I'm going to use my... Oh, actually, no. Who's the head of the round? Nichols is the head of the round, so I'll do it
Yeah.
after Nichols.
Okay. So Brander being nicely stood there, Nichols is going to take aim. In fact, 1, 2, 3, yes, within range. Nichols walks in, pulls up a shotgun.
Oh, dear.
Point blank range.
It's the first death. It's the first death.
No.
No, if the demon couldn't take out Brander, then this punk can't do it.
The demon didn't have a boomstick. He had voodoo magic. It's
Point
different.
blank is plus 30. Single shot plus 10.
Dodge! Dodge!
Shotgun plus 10
That's
as
the-
well.
That's the plan.
Oh, dear God.
I'm just gonna.
26, I
a
need an
lot of
85.
Oh, my lord.
This is the point where I dodge.
This is the point where you dodge.
Okay, what's
All
the
the fate.
modifier?
Do the thing.
It's just a straight dodge roll. Whatever your dodge is.
All right.
Don't die. No.
72,
fate,
74,
fate,
needed the
fate,
48.
fate.
It just would reduce his degree of success. It wouldn't actually really help. I think you're going to have to weather this one.
Right. I'm fating this.
It wouldn't... okay. 0-5.
Yeah.
See? There you are. It won't help. 5.
Okay. That is 5
That
degrees
went well.
success. Well done. He still hits you. However, for only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 2 degrees success.
Which is a lot better than 7.
Right, so the damage on a shotgun
well,
is D10 plus 4, but you get plus 3 at close range.
Wow.
10. What did he roll? 3. He can't increase that anymore because his degree of success were only 2 after your dodge. Otherwise, he could have increased that to 7, so it would have been 14 damage. 10 damage minus your toughness and any armor. You're not wearing any armor.
Where did it hit?
All right, my toughness is 4, so it's wait, what was it? 10
torso,
minus.
I believe.
Is it 10 minus toughness?
Yeah.
Yeah, 52
Right,
is
I
body.
take 6. I'm on 5 wounds.
Dear God, you're a tank.
Okay, the shotgun goes off and hits you like full in the torso, mostly over one pec and shoulder, but you probably take the brunt of it. And you're knocked against the plaster wall, still holding your weapons. Blood starts trickling down your torso from all this shot that's impacted into you, bleeding, cut open flesh. And you just grit your teeth.
This is my first damage, I think.
You can take it. This is in the Emperor's
It's just a
name.
moment of... You shot me!
Yep.
I
You made me
you hit
bleed
me!
my blood.
Now,
Nobody
makes
hits
bleed
me.
my own blood.
Caroline, you said you wanted to take a go.
Yeah, I'll have my Medicaid Mechadendrite make an attack of opportunity against this guy. Oops, I constantly type that in wrong.
Hey!
Yay!
12, that is definitely a hit.
All
Roll for damage.
And damage. What did I roll?
7 to the arm. He does take 2 damage
Hooray!
as your Mechadendrite rips into his right arm.
No.
Wait,
I think you'll find the Medicaid Mechadendrite just beat him with the Book of the Emperor. Just kept smashing it. It took the book, the spine of the book, and just smashed it down on his elbow joint.
Oh, that's painful. Because
Aiming
it
for the
hurts a
funny
duck.
bone.
It was a fancy metal-bound one.
Brandy, you're up.
With spikes.
All right,
because
is there any-
everything in 40k.
Is
Spikes.
there any cover I can hide behind here at all?
I mean, you could hide
You
behind
see
the
the
bed.
doors?
Alternatively, you can get into combat.
I'll tell you what you do. You auto-fire that guy in his face.
I
You
tell
pay
you
him
what
back.
you don't do is let him stand where he's got close point blank. You need to engage him so he loses the ability to have that massive bonus.
I thought shotgun
Chain
still kept
sword.
it, though.
Chainsword!
What's the modifier for using a weapon with the non-dominant hand?
Minus 10. Oh,
Okay.
minus 10, I believe.
Can't he just drop
Okay.
the gun and switch the sword over because he's got quick draw?
Would that take a... That'd probably take like a... Oh, maybe it would just be quick draw.
Free action,
free action drop, so-
I'd say. Yeah, effectively you can do that for free because you've got quick draw. Because you can free action drop, free action change hands.
All right, we'll go for that. That's the free
Yes.
action. Then I use an action to move up to him.
Splat!
And then you can hit him with an
because
action.
you don't
Half
Half
have
action,
to-
even.
You're on the bed, you get a plus 10 for single attack, you get a plus 10 for high ground.
All right, am I still on the bed now? Should
Yep.
I be slightly... Okay. Right, and I
Bouncy,
will
bouncy.
attack with the chainsword.
Okay, you get a plus 10 single attack, plus 10 for high ground.
Shove that thing up his
Right.
ass sideways, Brander.
Oh.
A
Yes.
0-3. Target
Nobody
60.
shoots me and lives.
He's going to try and dodge.
He's gonna fail miserably.
That's a
7
lot.
degrees success.
Yeah.
This is what happens.
98. No. He
Flips
completely
on his feet.
fails. He actually like stumbles into your blade. Yeah, roll damage.
Right. Roll twice, don't I? Then pick the best.
Oh!
14.
Righteous Fury.
Righteous Fury and a 14.
We need a foghorn when we get Righteous Fury. Goes. Pew, 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 pew.
That'll be his left arm as well because it's 30.
Yeah, so you don't need... actually, he's a named NPC. That takes him into critical damage. And then you get another batch of critical damage on him. So let me just double check this. Ignores the armor because of the penetration. I know that critical damage. He drops whatever he's carrying. The shotgun clatters to the floor as blood starts to trickle down his damaged arm. Roll me a d5.
Second. Oop. Did I do it? There it is. 2.
2. So he counts as also having, because of the way Righteous Fury works, taken a temporary critical damage. He doesn't take any wounds from it, but he suffers effects of a 2 on the critical damage table. If I can find it. Energy, no. Explosive, no. Impact, no. Impact, no. Rending. Arm, 2.
Was it tearing?
He suffers a level of fatigue and releases anything he was holding. Okay, he suffers a level of fatigue. As the chain tears into his arm, exposing flesh. Cassius.
I'm going to make a run action, I guess, to try and go help Carolinus. I was going to go help Brander, but I think he's fine, so...
How would you know?
How do you know?
I wouldn't know. I don't even know he's been shot right now, so...
You hear the sound of, like, shotgun going off, and you hear some screaming in the room. You don't even know anything going on in Carolinus' room.
And then someone like, ah!
So 12 gets me
he's
to
good.
there.
Bear in mind, you
run
don't know
action.
anything about what's going on in Carolinus' room.
Yeah.
Yeah, well...
Carolinus
I mean,
doesn't even have a microbead. He can't tell you anything. You can't hear anything really from in there particularly well.
So I guess I sit in the hallway because I have no
Well, you
idea
can-
what's going on.
Well, you know a guy ran in
Everybody.
front of you and
Machine
directly
gun
went
fire.
into Brander's room, and then you heard fire from in there and screaming.
Yeah. So of course Cassius goes to his room and has a nap.
Yeah.
So has anybody shot at Carolinus? I thought Carolinus got
Yeah.
shot at.
You don't
Yeah,
know
wouldn't I
anything
hear
about
that
what's going
scream?
on. Well, you hear gunshots and stuff. No one's actually shot Carolinus, though, I don't think.
Yeah.
Oh, no, yeah, the
He pulled out
auto
his pistol
pistol.
and shot everywhere.
Make a perception check.
Hear what sounds like a book hitting someone.
Thump. Thump.
Power of the Emperor compels you. The
You don't know
power
where
of
those
the Emperor
gunshots came
compels
from.
you.
So I guess I go into this room then?
It's the only one
I
you
don't
really
know.
know anything about, because the guy ran through. And you can see from behind that. So yeah, you see 2 people locked in combat, both a bit bloodied. Garrett.
I'm checking measurements here. I got 24 move if I run.
Oh, wow.
All right, so I'm gonna head to Carolinus's room. I'm gonna run. Doors are open. This
Okay.
ain't good.
Bear in mind, to do that like that, you have to go over like a few obstacles, bits of furniture and stuff. If you can make me an acrobatics roll.
Sure.
Hardcore.
You can do like front flips and all kinds of crazy stuff.
I don't have acrobatics.
What? Dude!
What?
I thought you did.
However, with 16
Yeah.
needing a 20,
just gotta
you
believe.
dive over the kitchen counter. You roll over the top of the other kitchen counter in Carolinus' room, and you sprint in through the door. Or to the door,
Some-
okay.
Full on
I'm gonna
Casino
position the
Royale
door, yeah.
stuff right here.
Yeah, that like, what was that French movie, D18 or something like that, where like the entire thing was just a parkour movie?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Carolinus
D9 or
runs.
That was
D.
really good. I like that.
They're like running sideways up stairwells.
All right, my turn, yeah?
Mhm.
Okay.
Oh,
Um,
actually, I missed...
No. It should be the naval dude.
yeah, they were
fairly
meant to go,
soon.
but I've accidentally deleted them from the board again.
You need to stop doing this to yourself.
There's only one left. This time it'll be the last one. It's fine.
Oh,
He
shit.
makes a run for the door. You get a free attack if you want to use your reaction.
Sure. Pew pew. Called
Oh,
shot.
Carolinus, you already
head.
used your reaction. You don't actually have one.
What?
Not you, Garrett. Carolinus, you would get a free attack, but you already used your reaction this turn.
Oh, that's fine.
So he sprints for the door. Bumps into Garrett. Garrett, you can take
would
a
actually
free
have
action
moved
as he
first.
leaves. Yeah, but because I screwed up, it doesn't matter. Garrett, you can take a free attack as he leaves you.
Okay, called shot head. Pew 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 pew. I do
Okay,
can I do another one of the really heavy shots?
Sure. You don't get the bonus for point blank because he's technically in combat when this happens. You get a plus 10 for single shot.
And then, do I get aim for this or no?
No, it's a reaction. That is a hit. 55. You need a 70. Go for it. 10 damage.
12.
12 damage.
10-2.
The perfectly aimed shot goes straight in between your shoulder blades, severing the spine, popping out the sternum in a flash of vaporized tissue and meat, and he collapses to the ground.
Meat.
Carolinas?
You okay in there?
It's my turn. Okay, in that case, I am going to... He stabbed me in the gut, so I'm immediately going to use my Medicaid Mechadendrite just to staple the wound closed and then go out the door.
Make your first aid check. It will take your full action, so you can't really go out the door.
Oh, poop. Oh, well. So he... Okay, then in that case, Garrett, like, peeking around, just see the Medicaid Mechadendrite go... Ba-doom, ba-doom, ba-doom.
Okay, make your first aid roll.
Here we are. Oh, actually, that should be plus 10.
Okay, so you do pass, but only 1 degree of success. So it's your intelligence plus 1 for the degree of success, I think. So yeah, that takes you back to full wounds.
Yep.
Nichols. Having dropped the shotgun, quick draws a chain knife and swings at Brander with it. Chain knife. There it is.
Dodge.
Modifier, single attack. 35, need a 45. That is a hit. Would you like to dodge?
Yep.
Okay.
Would you
Does
like
anybody
to
ever say no?
dodge?
Would you like to live?
No, I'll take it.
I don't
Some
feel like
modifiers.
dodging.
No!
No modifiers, isn't it?
Clicking buttons
no
is
modifiers.
hard.
Yep.
3 degrees success. I got 2 degrees. You completely negate it as you take a quick step back as the knife flies in front of you, tearing open one of the buttons on your shirt. However, missing you
You
completely.
definitely need to requisition a uniform to
I just sewed that back on, damn it.
Brandy, you're up.
How battered is he at the moment? Is he like on his last legs?
He's pretty badly hurt.
Yeah, critical wounds.
If
means
I
almost
can, it would be good to try and get him alive. I don't know, like, would I stun or knock down?
You need special
What's
traits
the
to really
rule?
do that.
Like, I was gonna
Oh.
say
You
Shadowrun,
can do like
could just,
unarmed
roll.
stuff to like grapple and try and keep him down, but that's kind of tough for you because you're not a super strengthy character.
I mean, I'd like him alive if possible, but I don't know if there's an option. I'll shout, like, while I'm doing whatever I'm doing, if it doesn't kill him, I'll shout to Cassius, can you knock him out or something? Use your magic stuff. And then I aim and
Technical
swing
term.
with the chainsword.
Okay. If bear in mind, a number of the damage
Psycho
options
Braino.
result in him unconscious and not dead, so there are things that can happen. Sure. Plus 10, plus 10, plus 10, single, aimed, bed.
He ain't gonna
30?
survive this.
I very much doubt
You're
that.
gonna saw his head off like a chunk of meat.
He's going to try and
That
dodge.
works.
I have a feeling that this dodge might not work.
82 is right leg.
He rolls a natural 100. He completely
He dies
face
anyway.
plant. Roll damage.
Goodbye, leg.
Bear in mind you have 6 degrees of success, so you automatically get a minimum of 6.
12.
With the sound of ripping flesh and the sound of steel teeth against bone, the leg completely detaches and he collapses on the floor, bleeding out and very, very quickly dead from the sheer impact and shock of the chain going through his femoral artery and then up through the meat of his thigh.
I say to Brander, you know, when you tell me to knock him out, and then you saw his leg off, it sends a bit of a mixed message.
He had a knife, and he shot me. Look, he shot me.
Fair enough.
I
All right,
kicked
well-
the corpse.
I'm gonna run over where I still hear commotion. Be like, you guys got everything? Is there anyone else out there?
Not that I've
We
seen.
got him.
While they're doing that, I'll be moving at a more measured pace, and I'll stop at the corpse of the armsman that was in the room that Garrett killed, and I'll look for some identification on him.
Sure. You look through, and you do find a ID that work papers and so on that allow him to get access to certain facilities in the port. The armsman, specifically, that would name him as Armsman Kazak.
I mutter a curse under my breath.
Yeah, I'm
And I
gonna
start
search.
looking through the rest of his belongings.
I'm gonna search Nichols.
So, between you, over a little bit of a search, you find one auto pistol with a full clip minus 10 rounds. You find an axe, a mono knife, a chain knife, a shotgun, minus 1 round in the clip, a las pistol, and a stub automatic. You also find...
Anybody write that down?
All of them were people that Nichols were paying and were on your list of the 4 people who were being paid.
That does not surprise me. Do any of them have like data slates or anything that might be carrying any sort of information?
No. Nichols does have written down an address. It says Drake, Emperor's Faith, God's Faith Hotel.
Okay. Right, well, I'm going to say that, at least as far as Carolinas will go, that is me, I would try to drag the corpses into a single room and then quickly taking a survey of my companions. To Cassius, I say, you may want to go and see if anyone heard the commotion. I'm certain someone did. Either try to calm them or make me aware if there are any injured. And then I'm going to move to try and tend to Brander's wounds.
Sure. I move down the stairs, and do I see any type of commotion or anything?
Yeah, there are a number of people looking out their doors and talking, and there's a couple of hotel staff like, do we dare go up there?
Okay. I shout out that there's been some kind of gang conflict, I guess, or some kind of fight in between parties, and that we need medicus. Is anyone down here hurt?
No, we're fine. What's going on?
Okay, call the medicus now. Hurry.
Okay. Sure, you got money to pay them?
No.
The medicus isn't really going to come here for you then, is he?
I suppose not. Shut your doors and stay inside then. I'll make sure nobody else is piddling around with guns up here.
Okay. Incidentally, with a 0-2 of a target of 52, that is your intelligence bonus, which is a 4, right? Plus 6 degrees of success? Brander, you feel good as new. That wound, actually, yeah.
I took my time. No one shoots my guardsmen. Well, I mean, they're dead already, but so the best I could do is put them back together.
The downside is the
You know
coat
what?
is somewhat damaged.
Somewhat. Right.
It's pretty
Also,
damaged.
I mean, I was very meticulous in putting them back together. I wasn't really trying not to make it hurt.
The coat is in fact now stapled to your flesh.
Extra bandaging.
I say much appreciated, and I look down and I'm like, I can't. It's fine. I'll sort it.
And as you finish off going through the belongings, Cassius, you're downstairs, just making sure nothing's going on. You notice a squad of Arbites enter the hotel foyer, and that is where we leave for this week. You've managed to uncover and eliminate the groundside smuggling crew here. Whatever is going on with Daiquiri and the Midnight Runner, that, however, will be something we find out next week, hopefully. Burning heretics and taking names. You make short work of those guys. Those guys did not live long.
Well, I mean, we keep getting, like, our rolls are terrible everywhere else, but we keep getting Righteous Fury in combat, which is just like, well, shit. Like, you can roll a 55 on a target 60, and then if you roll, Righteous Fury, you instantly vaporize anybody that's a mook.
Provided you take them down to
I
zero
saved all
health.
my luck for the chainsword.
This is true, and it was well worth it. Right, so we'll be back next week, same time, but bear in mind we will then have the Sunday session, which will be an hour earlier, and that will be the normal session from the weeks after that. Although next week, 2 sessions. Right. I think we're ready to our going off spiel. So firstly, do bear in mind that we have a Patreon that helps support us here. So if you would like to check us out and support us, do go check out the Patreon over at patreon.com/roll4it. There are loads of lovely tiers over there, including access to Discord servers. So you can go chat about the games, etc. I will probably go and check on afterwards and go and find out what's going on, including behind the scenes videos, which we'll be recording after this, where we talk about character advances and shopping requisitions and stuff.
How badly we screwed the pooch on this one.
Yeah.
The pooch really wasn't screwed. You did okay.
See, I felt bad because I want to do everything like Deus Ex mode, where you perfectly stealth everything, and so having to whip out my badge made me a little upset. I don't want to do that. I don't want to be that guy.
You failed like 5 rolls in a row that forced that to happen, or else it wouldn't have happened at all.
It's true. It's true.
I won't tell you what your subtlety is, but let's just say that every time I've rolled to increase your subtlety, I've rolled almost max on the die, and every time I've rolled to decrease your subtlety, I've rolled almost minimum on the die, and bear in mind, because of one of your backgrounds, I have to take a 2 off that. Your subtlety is amazing.
Yay!
Yeah. Awesome. But yes, alright. Until next week, Aavak, what are you doing? Where can people find you?
You can find me over on YouTube and Twitch with Aavak, or Twitter as per the beautiful overlay that EE has spent so much time making. Thank you very much for that, EE. And at the moment, I am playing Rogue Wizard, which I just started today. Super fun, oh my lord. Also playing Halcyon 6 still, playing Divinity Original Sin collab with Lady Sheilab. That's actually, great fun. Just like the original, multiplayer really makes that game. And the usual fare, RimWorld, Project High Rise is back for a little bit. Still playing Zombie Night Terror as well.
Okay, cool. Betham.
Hello, I am currently continuing with Factorio and Rodina. We're still arguing about the pronunciation of Rodina. Nobody can tell what it is. We're working out one day,
I always say, but...
Well, yeah, but then it's Russian, but the developer isn't Russian, and anyway. Yeah, so same as before, I promised last week to make more videos and then didn't because I've been really busy, but some really cool stuff happened in the Factorio. Actually, it was terrible. I lost so many things. Anyway, that's over on Mangledpork Gaming, and
I've got to say,
Twitter, I am Bentham Plays.
The reference you made just to Factorio there are a few times when I play a game and it really hurts, like when Iris died in Final Fantasy VII, that hurt my soul. And when that happened in your Factorio Let's Play, that hurt my soul as well. It's an equal level of pain. I felt a loss deep down in a place inside my being.
And
wow.
I nearly reloaded and pretended the episode didn't happen, but I was like, no, the people must see. They must have more revenge.
Oh, your courage is a guiding example to us all.
Indeed it is. Shen, what are you doing? Where can we find you?
I am playing Tropico 4 Modern Times. I just finished Tropico 5, so I went back to Tropico 4, and I think after that we might be doing Tropico 3. It's possible. But because it's Tropico, all of the music is completely not allowed on YouTube, so it's not going to YouTube, unfortunately. So if you want to see it, come follow me on Twitch. It's twitch.tv/Shenryyr.
There we go. Go check that out. And, of course, Splat.
Yeah, I'm at Splattercat Gaming on YouTube. It's youtube.com/Splattercat Gaming. Right now, I'm playing a bunch of random stuff. I got like a weird schedule right now. I've got The Bunker, got Halcyon 6, Beholder, Diaries of a Spaceport Janitor, but not really a whole lot going on. Just a bunch of little tiny indie games.
Cool. I'm over at youtube.com/Enterelysium and twitch.tv/Enterelysium. I'm streaming Saturdays. And I believe I currently have Hearts of Iron 4 as Mexico. Hearts of Iron 4 as India will be my stream, and I'll probably post that to YouTube. Halcyon 6 and Divinity Original Sin 2, which I'm actually really enjoying. It's the first time I played a proper old school RPG in a very long time. Really liking it.
Really fun, isn't it?
Yeah. I actually went back and bought the original and playing it in my spare time.
Good move. The original's really good.
Yeah, I kind of like a lot of the little tweaks and stuff they did for 2 though, like just the little UI things and stuff. But
they've added a lot of quality of life stuff.
Yeah,
the engine is much better in 2, but the engine in 1 wasn't bad. It's just 2 has improved on it in so many ways.
Yeah. Like, the same cause there, but anyway, we're going to go and record the after show now, which is available to Patreon backers. Thank you to everyone who came along, sub, Patreon, tipped, subscribed, whatever you did, including if it is just shouting at us in chat and purging the heresy wherever you find it. Do go check out the fans subreddit, where you can all go hang out and talk about heresy, over at reddit.com/r/Roll4it. That should be easy enough to find. But until next time, just remember to roll for it.